Okay, 10 a.m. and I've been here the whole time. All right. We're going to convene this public hearing of the House Election Law Committee. We'll start off with the pledge. Representative Lane, would you like to redeem yourself? Look at that. All right. First up on the docket is HB 243, relative to the tabulation of votes in elections to be done in public. Who is here to present HB 243 is Representative Katab. I don't see anyone here. It's a Republican bill. Representative Wood, can you do us the honors of introducing HB 243? Oh, okay. You do not have to take any questions. Just fire it in and move on.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Okay, I'm here to call Bill 243 to public hearing. This bill requires the tabulation of votes in an election to be done in public.
Thank you. I don't have any pink cards for HB 243. Oh, there's Representative Katab. Representative Katab, we just introduced your bill. All right, we'll do the old do-over. We'll act like Representative Wood didn't just do that. We'll start from the top. Representative, do you want to take a moment to gather yourself? Or you good to go?
It's all right. I'll just get going. So,
Okay.
for the record, I'm Representative Caitlin Kutab. I represent Rockingham District 17, Windham. This bill, this is Maya. This bill seeks to clarify that the tabulation of votes must be done in public. It's a bit ambiguous now, so some towns are doing the tabulation in public, others are not. In Windham, we did not. As a result, it was late at night, some mistakes were thought to have been made, and the tabulation was later corrected, and I would say it was a bit unconstitutional because the Constitution does provide that if you're counting votes, it must be done in the presence of the selectmen, and it didn't happen. But nonetheless, the winner of the floterial seat in the primary was incorrectly changed on Monday after the election, and the deadline to request a recount is Friday. So at that point, you couldn't request a recount. Thankfully, the person who had lost had already requested the recount and didn't rescind his request for the recount. So when we did the recount, it was determined that actually the original winner did win. So this is just seeking to clarify so that we can make sure that the tabulation is done correctly and that we're not disenfranchising voters. You know, we can watch and see within the 4-foot rail, we can watch as they're counting any of the manual ballots. We can see the vote tapes, but what we don't get to see afterwards is them putting it all together. And although the tapes are posted afterwards on a whiteboard, the tabulation sheets are not. My dad's there. The tabulation sheets are not posted afterwards for any of the manual vote counts. So this is just clarifying that they both have to be done in public. Happy to take any questions.
Other questions from the committee? Yes, Representative Lane.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair and Representative. When you were talking about the results, was that this past election or the election? Okay, so is this past one? Okay.
It was this past election.
Okay. And could I have a follow-up, please?
Of course.
Logistically, is it possible? I'm not familiar with the setup at Wyndham, but is it possible to set it up so it can be seen?
Yes.
Okay.
So to my knowledge, every polling place has to do the counting in public. So they have to have that 4-foot rail in place. So all of the towns have that 4-foot rail in place. It's just a matter of if they're choosing to use that 4-foot rail to then do their tabulation or not. In my town, they decided not to. They did it way in the corner of the gym where you couldn't see anything.
Further questions from the committee? Representative Hamer.
Thank you for taking my question. Do you know that tabulator on the voting machine is a tabulator? It adds up the votes?
So yes, for the machines, that's correct. But then what doesn't happen, I guess, is the final tabulation between the machine count of all of the votes. And remember, like many of the towns have, multiple machines. Like Windham, for example, has 4 different machines. And then we also had the hand counted ballots from each of the machines and all of that. So it's the tabulation of everything coming together.
Follow up?
Follow-up. When do you expect this is going to be done? Because voting stops at 7, 8, and then it takes time to go through everything. Are people going to hang around that long?
They did in Windham. I was there until 3:30 in the morning while they did it. Under the Constitution, you have to do it within 5 days, so they can break and come back the next day, but it still has to be done in public in the presence of the selectmen. So I'm just simply asking that tabulation piece is also public so that we're being transparent and that we can have confidence in the elections, because I think right now there's a confidence issue and we need to make sure that voters are confident that their vote is indeed counting, because I think we have many people that are like, why should I bother to go out and vote because it's not going to count anyway. We need them to know that, yes, your vote is counting. It's all happening in public. I think this will give them that confidence.
Representative Hamlet.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Mr. Vice Chair, and thank you for taking my question. So in Wyndham, are the 4 voting machines in the same place, or are they in different wards?
They're all in the same location.
Okay, so second
Follow up?
So in Portsmouth, we have 5 wards, so there are 5 different voting locations. So when you mean tabulating the total votes from all 5 wards, those would be done at City Hall after after all the wards have turned in their totals from their ward. So is that the tabulation that you want to be public? That would occur at probably at 1 a.m. usually.
So I'd like all the tabulation to be in public, but ideally what I mean is in each of those wards, we're going to be tabulating together the vote counts from the machines and then the hand count tabulation sheets and adding all of those up together for each of the wards. And I think it's very important that be public, because if there's somebody in each of those 5 wards, for example, then those people would have already known like what they are and what the final should be. But yes, I don't, in the town hall, it's required under the Constitution for all of the counting to be public. So that should be public as well.
Representative Bay.
So, similar to Representative Hamlet's question, because I live in Dover and we have 6 wards, each one has a counting machine. So I think that the counting is public, people are there. But given that they're all in different wards, you're saying the tabulation is to put together all of those numbers in one. And the way that it happens in Dover is that the next day we see the sheets that were submitted from each ward, and to me anyway, the tabulation is online because all the votes are counted. So would you consider that type of tabulation where all the numbers are there counted publicly, so you can check whether the numbers that were put together are the same numbers, and the tabulation is online, it's available on the internet? Is that what would that qualify as your recommendation as far as tabulation being public?
Yes, as long as, again, like in those individual wards, they could watch the voting tapes be added up with the hand count ballot sheets being added together. If in terms of like combining all 6 together, as long as that was public and that they'd each been able to see like, hey, from each ward, this was accurate, absolutely, that's fine.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Further questions from the committee? All right, seeing none. Thank you, Representative Kutat. Next up is Representative Popovici Muller. Did I get that? How close was I there? You're gonna have to let me know.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I know it's my turn to speak every time when I see the chair take a couple of seconds to figure out the name, so you don't even really need to pronounce it. Technically, it's Popovich Mueller, but it's fine. I just want to take 1 minute from the committee. I try to keep my testimony really short for obvious reasons. You guys have a really long day ahead of you, and it will feature quite a lot of bills that my name is on. I don't know how the scheduling quirk worked. This is one of the simplest. All it asks for is transparency. Transparency is important to build trust in the election system. And unfortunately, in Windham, we have had quite a recent set of experiences that led to town people feeling less than confident in what's going on. This incident that we're talking about could have changed the election result in ways that would have made it impossible for the person who, was going to lose if that incorrect set of results would have been upheld, and they wouldn't have had the recourse because they announced the change after the deadline to ask for a recount. So it was a pretty significant issue. And for the record, to this day, we don't know exactly what the error was. The town is not talking about it. They were asked, and all that they are saying is pretty much a nothing to see here. If you've ever watched Leslie Nielsen, Naked Gun, that scene in front of the fireworks store, everything exploding, that's kind of how the town handled this. They basically said, from the beginning, first they said there is nothing wrong. Then the recount happened and it proved that, yeah, something was wrong. Then they said, oh, we know exactly what was wrong. Trust us. And I mean, they never said exactly what happened that was wrong. So we need more transparency in the process. And it's not just Windham. Windham just happens to be the town I live in. There is a lot of distrust in the election process, and allowing people to monitor more of it, creating more transparency, should be a very bipartisan goal where we all agree we need confidence in the system, and allowing people to observe more would build some of that confidence. And that's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Okay, questions from the committee? Will you be taking questions? First question. Are there questions from the
always do.
committee? Okay, seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
I think there's some more pink cards making their way here. Let's see if they're for this bill or not. One is okay. All right. 243. Oh, that was. Oops, sorry. Nope. There's neither of them are for this bill. Are there anyone else wishing to speak on this bill? Yes. It's good to see you again. I don't think have we seen you yet this year? Oh man, you're bound in Nashua now, right? I was watching you on the city. I'm the guy that watches those city clerk hearings or city council hearings. I'm that guy. Can you turn your mic on for us? Thanks.
So Dan Healy, I'm representing myself. So our clerk association, we don't have an opinion on this bill. So basically, our feeling is that we believe the tabulation and counting already takes place in public. I just wanted to clarify some comments made by the sponsor. So on election night, all the results are done in public inside the guardrail, the counting, the tabulation, you add up the machine tapes, you add up the hand counts, and that's what's sent to the Secretary of State if it's a state election. And if it's a town or a local election, that's the results that we put. The next day, most clerks, or I would assume all clerks, go in and they check their paperwork. They check the machine tapes, they check the hand count tallies. And if they see that any adjustments are needed because something, at 1 a.m. was written down incorrectly, that's when they do it. I believe that's what the representative was mentioning. And so Wyndham came in, the next day or whenever they did this, and they noticed that there was a discrepancy on their spreadsheet, so they corrected it. their votes for that night of the election were counted in public inside the guardrail. So I believe we already do this. And what the representative was speaking to was a clerk noticing an error and then fixing it, which is what we would want to happen. I know Wyndham had an election monitor assigned to them, and the report is available for those. I believe it was for the primary, and the election monitor gave them a great review for that election. So I would be open to any questions if you have them.
Questions from the committee? Representative Muirhead, good to see you today.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Could you explain what the difference between counting and tabulation is?
I believe the counting is maybe adding the machine tape with the hand counts together, because tabulation is the printout from the machine, I believe the AccuVote machine, and then I think it's putting the two numbers together. And you have to have the results that night. You can't, end for the night, come back in and start adding them up. But clerks check the next day. For the last two elections in Nashua, I left the city hall at 4 a.m. So you really want to go back and make sure that all those numbers tie out. So what I'll do first thing in the morning when I get in is I'll look at the AccuVote tape and I'll pull out the hand counts, and we'll make sure that the numbers total and that's the correct numbers that we reported. So I believe in this case, Wyndham went back, they noticed that there was a discrepancy, and they corrected it. I think that's what you want to happen.
Further questions? Representative Lane.
Thank you. If you go back in and you were going to change it, is there someone there with you that you explain why you're changing it to, or do you make a notation, or are you doing this solely on your own?
So for a town or municipal election, it'd usually be with the deputy or some other office staff. If it's a state or a federal election, we would make the change, contact the Secretary of State, and you would send an amended results. But you would have someone there that's looking at it with you, and you say, you have the AccuVote tape out, and you say, well, this number, when they put it into the Excel spreadsheet, they typed this wrong digit, and the two of you would verify that.
Representative Weary.
Yes, thank you for your testimony. You commented that Wyndham tabulation was conducted in a public setting. Were you there?
No, I was not at Wyndham, but the counting and the tabulation has to be done in public inside the guardrail.
So if it's done in a
Follow up.
Yeah, follow up, please. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So was it done in a spot where the actual activities could be clearly observed, or was it just done publicly in a large room?
I believe that they hold their elections at the high school gym, and for the primary election, they had a state-assigned election monitor. So I'm fairly confident for that election that it was done in an area where they could see, but it would be in the election monitor's report.
Further questions? Oh, yes, Representative Barnum.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Does the counting also include the ballots that have been released from the supervisor of the checklist total?
I'm sorry, I'm not following the question.
So the supervisor of the checklist has a final total of how many ballots are given that day. Does that include in that count as well, or is it just the counting of the voting ballots?
Are you referring to the checklist? The number
Yes,
of
as
voters
people are-
off the checklist?
the
I think
people-
I'm just trying to clarify the question for him. So you're talking about the number of people who are crossed off the checklist.
When you enter to vote and you get your ballot, they check your name. There's a count for that, how many ballots have been released. Is that part of the count as well? Or is it just the counting from the
So-
hand count ballot?
That number would be on the moderator's worksheet, which needs to be provided to the Secretary of State within 48 hours of the election. So those numbers, you want to tie out all your numbers. So you count how many voters checked in, you count how many ballots went through the machine, how many were hand counted. There's like 3 or 4 categories, and the goal is that all those numbers match, because you should have the ballots that you count at the end of the night should match the check-in numbers.
Yes, Representative Kennedy.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman, and thanks for taking my question. You began your testimony by saying you were speaking for yourself. So you are not talking for any other clerk in the state.
I am not. I am in contact with the Wyndham Town Clerk, and I know she feels the same way on this, but besides that, I'm not speaking in behalf of the Clerks Association. We didn't take an opinion on this bill, so I don't want to speak for them.
Further questions? Yes, Representative Brennan.
Thank you for taking my question. Are you aware of any instance where counting or tabulating has happened behind closed doors in a secret room or closet or anything like that? Are you aware of any instance like that?
No, and that would violate an RSA. It has to be done inside the guardrail in public view.
Okay, thank you.
Further questions? Okay, seeing none, thank you. Does
you.
anyone else wish to speak on HB 243? Representative Lane, is that all right? Representative Lane, you have a problem with that? Is that all right? Yep, that's fine. Yep, that's fine.
I generally don't testify a second time, but it is just a matter of correcting facts on the record. I just sent everybody on the committee an email, and I CC'd Caitlin. That's why what I was desperately trying to type in. It is a link to the press release on September 20, 2022, which was issued after town residents noticed the change in the election results that changed the, and you can read it. It is the press release that I referred to by, pointing out to the Leslie Nielsen movie. It basically says that it's all good. This is just a complex process and it's all good. Nothing to see here. Move along. It uses different language. The error was not found. It was not investigated even after these results were brought to the attention of the town officials. Nothing was done other than this press release, at least nothing that was talked about publicly, and God knows they should have, until after the Secretary of State recount proved that the initial results published the night of the election were correct, and this was wrong. Then new press releases showed up. This is all that the town saw until after the Secretary of the State recount. I just want to have that fact on the record because statements were made to the contrary, and this establishes facts. So, thank you.
Okay, all right. Anyone else wishing to testify on this bill? Okay, Representative Wood, could you just toss me that blue sheet there? Okay. Oops. Well, that's just really easy. One person signed in and they were against it. With that, I'm going to close the public hearing for HB 243. We will reconvene in 7 minutes to do the public hearing for 244, and I'm going to run to my car and get my cell phone. So I'll be right back. Okay, it's 10:30, so we're going to open up the hearing for House Bill 244 relative to the printing of the Election Day checklist. Representative Kutab is up again.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman. For the record, my name is Representative Caitlin Kutab, and I represent Rockingham 17. So this bill seeks to do two things. One, it's clarifying the clerk shall mail verified absentee ballots until 12 p.m. on the day before the election instead of 5 p.m. I do think it's important to note that there are several towns who don't even have post office open until 5 p.m. And so I think we're disenfranchising voters a little bit to make them think that a ballot may reach them if they request it at 4:55 p.m. and the clerk is dropping it off at a post office that's already closed for the day. So this isn't prohibiting them from going down to the town hall, filling out their absentee ballot at the town hall that same day. This is just saying that they don't have to mail them after that point. Further, this is seeking to make the names of anybody who requested an absentee ballot on the voter checklist to be bold. That way, anybody who is observing or watching at the polls can see kind of from far away who has or hasn't requested an absentee ballot, and they can watch that person and make sure that things are being done fairly and accurately. So it makes it easier to audit it, and it also prevents the case of somebody bringing in an absentee ballot with them and collecting another absentee ballot and putting it through the machine. If you're not carefully watching them, could pretty easily be done, right? So we just want to make sure that, again, things are fair and things are accurate.
Okay, will you be taking questions?
Yes, happy to take any questions.
Questions from the committee? Representative Muirhead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. What could you repeat and explain again what could pretty easily be done?
So if I request an absentee ballot from the clerk, they mail me one. I can still go to the polls and vote. And if I had mailed in my absentee ballot, they would be checking at the end of the night to see, was this mailed in and did the person come out to vote at the same time? And if that was the case, they would remove my envelope from the stack and they wouldn't count it. However, if I just unfolded the ballot and I put it through the machine at the same time as my other ballot, there are towns that do have multiple ballots. You could put them both through. What's to stop you from doing that if somebody's not watching you?
Further questions? Representative Hammond, do you have a question?
Yes. Well, thank you for taking my question. So, well, I guess I have two questions. So, in our ward, in our town, it would be impossible for somebody to put two ballots into the machine at the same time. The clerk or the moderator who's standing at the machine watches very carefully. So, all right, my second real question is, it sounds like the way this is worded that if your name is bolded for having had an absentee ballot mailed to you, that you would then not be allowed to vote in person. Is that what that means?
So right now, they currently place an AV next to the person's name. This is just saying that they're going to bold the name to make it more easily seen by the people that are observing or watching. So I don't believe that that's the way that it's currently done. I believe right now, if you haven't, at the end of the night, what they do is they check to see if you have a mailed-in ballot, and if you came in that same day, then they just don't count your mailed-in ballot. And I heard what you said about your town, and I think for some small towns where they maybe only have one machine and the clerk can carefully watch, that's certainly doable. But, you know, we had representatives here talking about 5 different polling locations, 8 different polling locations. We can't have a clerk, obviously, in each one that's carefully watching. A lot of times they're volunteers that are watching. So
Representative Brennan.
Thank you, and thank you for taking my question. On line 22 of this bill, which is unchanged, it says the names of all voters who have requested an absentee ballot shall be printed in bold. So this is already happening in towns and municipalities, that someone who requests a ballot is printed in bold already, and then when they mail back their ballot, the red ink AV marks that they have actually cast their ballot. So am I understanding this correctly, that just by requesting a ballot, but not necessarily returning that ballot, that a voter would be prohibited from voting in person on election day?
I'm going to pause you right there, Representative Brennan. Your question is very valid. Representative Ward and I were discussing, it looks like that's a change in the bill to the existing RSA. I'm looking it up right now, 25426. So I'll just read it just to kind of clarify. I think this is an error, I think this is
it was repealed previously, so it's reenacting it.
So it's reenacting it. Okay. So I think that's supposed to be bold in the bill, because the current RSA, at least as I'm looking at it right now, make sure before I really just put my foot in my mouth. Just looking at two different, it doesn't have it on there. Yeah.
It does, yeah. So OLS said that in the case of something that's like a whole new section, they don't bold it. They just note that that would be a new section. They don't bold the whole thing. They only bold it when you're changing like a small amount in it, or if it's too confusing, they don't bold the whole thing.
Yeah.
So there's certain circumstances which I guess they do or don't.
Yeah, they probably.
But that is an entirely new section.
So that's it's a new, is it, they're repealed and reenacted. Yeah,
Yes.
they just didn't really do a good job of it. Okay, sorry about that. Representative Brennan, you want to ask your question again before I so rudely interrupted you? I just want to make sure we were all on the same page.
Thank you. I just want to make sure that I'm understanding this bill correctly, that someone who has requested a ballot but has not turned that ballot in will not be turned away at the polling place, because you're a mom, I'm a mom, plans change, right? So I want to make sure that someone who has not returned their ballot simply because their plans have changed and they want to make sure their vote is counted, they show up on election day, that they will still have the opportunity to vote. Can you just explain how this change, this particular change, will impact real world situations?
Yeah, so that wasn't the intention. And actually, the way I'm reading it is kind of similar to how you're reading it. And I think currently it does say that, although I don't think it's actually happening. So I think it should be fixed. And I'm happy to put in an amendment for that. The purpose was just to bold the names so that, again, when people were watching at the polls, they could just be, making sure that the person was only turning in one ballot. And yes, I agree. Sometimes plans change and somebody may need to vote in person at the time. And so I think, though it does read like that, although I didn't think of it that way only because that's not what's currently being practiced. So I do think even with the red AV on there as well, which I think you can't see from as far away, I certainly don't want to turn away voters in that case either. So I do think that should be clarified, and I'm happy to put in an amendment with OLS for that.
Representative Muirhead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. On this section that we're discussing, which is lines 20 to 23 of the bill, my reading is that the current law, says that the supervisor shall make and post copies of the current checklist at the office of the town or city clerk or at town hall, not later than the fourth Tuesday before the day of any state election. And this bill deletes that, repeals it, and says that the checklist shall be posted at no sooner than 12 p.m. on the Monday before the election. So that would be less than 24 hours before polls open. That's a major change in the law, and that this list that's published on the Monday before the election would include all the names of people requesting an absentee ballot and in bold. Would that allow would-be thieves to check to see who's requested an absentee ballot in order to determine which homes in a town might be empty and which homes might be ripe targets for burglary?
Well, I think that if you're posting it way in advance, that would be kind of offering the same thing as if you posted it sooner too. It would give a less opportunity to do so. And I have heard from some of the clerks that they would like to allow for the posting to be a little bit sooner and perhaps to highlight the name or something different in the meantime, just in the case of having the time to prepare the checklist. And I'm certainly amenable to that. This just seeks to be more transparent in the process. That's the purpose of it. And I do think currently, like us having that we send them out until 5 p.m. the ballots, we're telling people that in this RSA, we're kind of implying that you actually may receive your ballot. And in several towns, we know that the post office isn't even open. So why would we even imply to the voters that it may, when it's completely impossible that they're going to get the ballot? I think we're disenfranchising those voters by even implying such. So.
Follow?
Thank you. No, thank you.
No, thank you.
Sorry.
Okay, sorry. Representative Lane.
You. I'm going to follow up along the same line that Representative Muirhead had. So I'm curious about the change about not later than the fourth Tuesday to not later than 12 p.m. on the Monday before the election. And why? What was the purpose of that?
So the purpose was so that the names of anybody who had requested the absentee ballots could be bolded.
Can I have a follow-up, please?
Yep.
The before the fourth Tuesday, I think that's in there because you have to register to vote a month before. And if you don't, then you have to do same day elections. So I'm not sure that anybody, I'm just wondering if that's why they do that. And you may not know the answer to that, but I think that's something I want to find out because it is a big change to do it.
Yeah, so I'd be fine changing it to say, instead of bolding it, if they printed it out but highlighted the names, that would also be fine. I just wanted it to be, again, obvious who had requested these absentee ballots and who did not.
Representative Bang.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. This is actually a follow-up question on something that was mentioned earlier about those sinister voters who try to vote twice. So are you referring to actually bringing in the absentee ballot that was requested to the mail and getting another ballot? And so you're not referring to those people who might have already sent in their filled ballot and showing up at the poll?
I'm not,
Okay.
no. So the second case is already covered because they do go through and see if you came that day at the end of the night. So that case is already accounted for, but what's not accounted for would be in the case of large polling places, somebody putting through 2 ballots.
Thank you.
Further questions from the committee? Representative Hamer.
Thank you for taking my question. Did you know Manchester has 12 polling spots? And in those polling spots, we have 3 selectmen, 1 ward clerk, 1 moderator, and numerous ballot inspectors. They're all there to watch the ballots go in the machine. So how could anybody put in 2 ballots?
So I agree that in some places they're well staffed and it would be unlikely to happen, but that's not the case in all of the towns having a person standing at each of those machines. It's just, it's different depending on where you are.
Representative Muirhead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I mean, you testified this morning that it'd be very easy for someone to vote twice, to put 2 ballots in. And I just don't understand how it'd be anything other than very difficult for a voter to submit 2 ballots while the moderator clerk is watching the machine into which you submit the ballot. Could you explain again how it'd be very easy?
So My moderator isn't standing there watching. He actually is sitting down across the room. But I mean, I guess the only way I could show you how easy it would be to put a blank ballot through the machine and write on the top blank ballot for the purposes of demonstrating, because otherwise it would be illegal for me to vote twice, right?
All right, seeing no more questions, thank you, Representative Katab. Next up, Representative Popovich Mueller. Did I get closer that time? I feel like I was close.
It's about a 9 out of 10, and
I'll
by
take
the
it.
end of the
I
day,
will
you
take
will
it.
be a 10 with practice. I just wanted to take 1 minute to talk about the intent of this bill. Because the first question that I asked Representative Katab when she showed me the bill was, how can we make sure that no voter gets disenfranchised by this bill? Because obviously you are, saying that it's now no longer mandatory for the clerk to send absentee ballots until 5 p.m. You are moving it to 12. Technically, there is a possibility of people asking at the last moment. So the issue with, 5 p.m., as Representative Katab said, is that you may be physically unable to do it. Clerks, receive a request at the last moment. There is no time to actually do that. And creating that expectation is dangerous because we're putting voters in a position where they exert their their rights according to the law, and it doesn't work that way. In regards to the copies of the current checklist, the intent of changing the time when this should be posted was to make sure that all the requests for absentees ballots were received at the time when the checklist was printed, so that when the checklist is printed, everybody who has an absentee ballot is properly marked, so it's clear to all the volunteers that run our polling stations and give ballots, who's requested an absentee ballot or not. I cannot comment on how likely it is for a absentee ballot that was mailed but not returned to the clerk to find its way into the, machines. But given the huge variety of setups, with all the towns trying to meet their legal requirements, it's very hard to say that that's not possible. I mean, when I vote for the town, I have 3 different ballots, right? Each of them with a different color. I've been known to put one in a machine and one in another machine. And if you move around a little, you can see a scenario whether it's possible. I, cannot say likely. I cannot comment on how, possible that is, but it's just healthy to ensure that those absentee ballots that were sent out are accounted for in one way or the other whenever possible. And let's see. No, I think that was all that I really wanted to cover, and I'm trying to keep it short. So thank you.
Questions from the committee? Okay, seeing none, thank you. Dan Healy.
Good morning, members of the committee. Dan Healy, Nashua City Clerk, representing New Hampshire City and Town Clerks Association. So we are opposed to this bill for the reason of printing the checklist and having it available on that Monday. That's simply, it's not enough time for our office to get, I have 9 wards. I have 9 checklists that I would need to print. We start printing after the supervisors of the checklist of the Board of Registrars have their session, because it takes a long time to print, say 500-600 pages. And then the same checklist that we would post to the lobby has to go to the polling place. So you have to separate that out, A through C or whatever. My clerks are doing that over the course of the days leading up to the election. Because they're giving out absentee ballots and doing other things at the window. They separate the checklist as they can throughout the day. So 12 p.m. the day prior, it's simply not enough time to get that list out there. And we have some concerns too. I start printing it as soon as I can, because what if the printer breaks, or what if there's other issues? You're not going to have a checklist available for the election. I don't think it's a good idea to start printing at 12 p.m. The day prior. So we are okay with the absentee cutoff of 12. We didn't have any issues with that, but we are against this bill because it's simply not enough time to get that checklist printed. And as voters come in and request absentee ballots, their name gets bolded. So say you had the cutoff time on Friday, you're going to have the majority of the absentee requests in bold already. On election day, when we start processing absentee ballots, we then go over to the checklist and make sure that the name's not crossed out. That they didn't come in the morning and vote before. So we process the absentee, we get it ready, and then before it goes any further, before it goes into the machine, before it's counted, they bring the list over to the ballot clerk that verifies that the name's not crossed off. Then it's crossed off in red, marked as an absentee voter, and then the ballot's processed. So I think it would be very difficult to vote absentee and then come in and vote in person. Referencing putting 2 ballots in the machine. Most polling locations have someone at the machine, at the ballot box, or someone that's in the area, whether it's the clerk, the moderator, or an inspector of election. There's people watching. I would find it very, very difficult to put in your absentee ballot in the machine and also the ballot that you received that day. So with that, I'd be open to any questions.
We'll start from the left and work our way over. Representative Weary.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Healy, for your testimony. Just so I can be clear about what you're objecting to and what you're not objecting to. Just so you're not objecting to placing the red ink AV or any of that, or making the names of absentee voters distinguishable from other voters on that list. It's really the timing of the printing of the checklist or the list. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. The day prior to the election, there's so many things that clerks have to do. Some clerks are responsible for setting up their polling place. We have to verify all the absentees that came in prior. It's not enough time to then print thousands of pages of the checklist and separate it out. And currently, voters that request an absentee ballot, their names are already in bold on the checklist. That, I believe, took effect a year or 2 ago. So when the checklist prints, if someone requests an absentee ballot up until the time the checklist is printed, they would be in bold. So you're really, if it was moved, say, to Friday, you're really only talking the ballots that would come in on Monday that wouldn't be in bold.
Yes, follow up.
So would you be amenable to having the additional names from the additional requests highlighted or distinguished in some way, in addition to the ones that are already bolded in the printouts?
I would be open to it. I would find it still to be difficult the day prior, but if that's what the committee decides, I mean, it's better than having to print the whole checklist the day prior, but it's still, I think it would be a tough task for larger communities the day prior. Some smaller communities, if you have 10 people come in, it wouldn't be that challenging, but if you have a few hundred that are requesting, it could be an issue.
Representative Bay.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you for taking my question. Wouldn't you say that if you were tasked with watching the ballots as they go in the machine, that it would be easy to tell that the ballot was from an absentee ballot because they would have been folded?
Yes, I believe it would be rather easy to see an absentee ballot going into the machine over an election day ballot that was received from the ballot clerks that day.
Thank you.
We're coming back. We're swinging back around. Representative Hamlet.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. I forget what my question was. It's either a law or a rule. It's in the procedure manual that somebody has to be standing at the voting machine. Is it possible that in Wyndham or in some towns there is not somebody standing at the voting machine watching carefully?
I mean, I would say it's possible, but it's probably not likely. There's usually, someone is assigned to be there to watch it, and if they need a break or something, say someone has say it's the moderator and a voter has a question for the moderator, they would make sure that someone else is watching while they're not.
All right, moving down from the left. All right, now we'll swing back to you, Representative Brennan.
Thank you. Am I understanding your testimony correctly that when a voter requests an absentee ballot, their name is bolded on the checklist?
Yeah, so it's relatively new. ElectionNet, which we enter absentee ballots into, when the checklist is printed, as long as they had requested an absentee ballot prior to us printing, then they would be in bold.
Okay, thank you for that clarification because it seemed like there was a little bit of confusion, but that is already happening, that absentee voters are marked in bold and then, sorry, let me just follow up, please.
And it has to be, not to be a stickler, but it has to be a question. So
Yes, I'm going to get
if
to
I
the
believe
question.
that.
And when that absentee voter turns in their ballot, am I understanding correctly that the checklist is then marked with a red ink AV to declare that that vote has been cast?
Yes, on election day. So 2 hours after the polls open, with notice, the clerk and moderator can start processing absentee ballots. And at that time, during their processing, when they get to that point, they bring the list over to the ballot clerk and they can cross the name off in red and mark them as an AV absentee voter. And at that point, in current law, a resident couldn't come in and vote in person because they have already voted.
Further questions from the committee? Okay, seeing none. Thank you, Mr. Healy.
Thank you.
All right. Make sure I'm doing this right. Yep. Last up for my pink cards is Deputy Secretary of State Aaron Hennessy. Oh, I apologize, I'm gonna. It came around the wrong direction. I apologize. Liz Tantarelli. No worries.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is Liz Tantarelli. I'm testifying today as an individual, not for my League of Women Voters position. And in all honesty, I already signed in opposed. I wasn't planning to speak, so I'm not trying to vote twice, but whatever. I was surprised at the testimony this bill has taken because it's not what I saw as the issue. My issue is the changing of the time from 5 p.m. to noon on the day before Election Day, because the legislature, in its wisdom, several years ago realized that there may be occasions such as blizzards on Election Day, town meeting. Remember, we had that twice in a row, 2 years in a row, when people will decide the day before, as I did, that my little car isn't going to make that hill on Election Day, not safely anyway. And so I went in and voted absentee at about 4:30 in the afternoon on the day before Election Day. So I was reading this bill and objecting to it in that an absentee ballot would not be able to be handed to me at 4:30 in the afternoon on the day before the blizzard when I realized I'm not going to get here tomorrow. So that's just that line 7, changing it from 5 p.m. to noon. And if I'm misreading that and it doesn't change that, then I apologize for my misunderstanding. But it seems to say the clerk shall send absentee ballots, and send, I'm taking in the broadest sense, not bringing to the post office, but delivering to the voter. The clerk shall send absentee ballots in response to verified absentee ballot requests until noon on the day before the Election Day. And that was not the intent of that bill that this legislature so wisely passed several years ago. So I'll leave the rest of the argument to the other people who have testified, but I would like to see that time changed back to the 5 p.m. that was in that bill. If there are questions about that, I'd happily answer them.
Representative Lane.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Ms. Tantarelli. Would you be comfortable if we made it that they would send it by mail by noon? And then by hand by 5 p.m. or by whenever they close?
I suppose I'd be comfortable if you change the word send to deliver, because deliver could be by hand at the clerk's office, which is what I did, that one year. The post office is an issue, trying to mail something at 5 p.m. But deliver allows for the recognition in the first several lines of this bill, which I believe is not a change of text, that delivery can be done in a number of ways by a number of elected officials.
Further questions from the committee? Representative Weir.
So I think the sponsor, when talking about this portion, was talking very specifically about the sending by mail. And so do you see any problems with as Representative Lane mentioned, sending by mail and or delivering by hand, and having distinct times for the two to accommodate the closure of post offices, as well as town halls that might be open for an extended period of time to accommodate walk-ins who are requesting absentee ballots, such as you illustrated yourself?
Well, I think something has to be clarified here. Frankly, anybody who trusts my post office to deliver something that's dropped off at noon by the next day is naive. This is not going to happen. So that's why I think the notion of deliver allows for the town clerk to say, the only way this person who's suddenly landed in a hospital can possibly get this absentee ballot is if I get the select board member who's willing to do this to hand deliver it. So I don't, that's why I would just say change send to deliver and leave it up to the officials to figure out the way that would actually work.
Further questions? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
We'll do any objections to a second? You're fine.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I really appreciate the flexibility. As the sole co-sponsor of the bill in the room, I just wanted to talk to the very valid concerns raised and to make it clear that it is absolutely not the intent of this bill to prevent a, town clerk from delivering ballots to somebody who walks in. This is strictly about the concern that if you try to mail something at 5 p.m. through the U.S. Postal Service, it won't make it. I actually asked the primary sponsor why is she comfortable with even 12, because God knows delivering mail, one day after the other is kind of difficult. And by the way, if you are at home to receive the mail, how are you gonna not be there to be able to vote? So, this is absolutely, and I was told specifically that this language just makes it clear that your obligation to mail the ballots ends at 12. You can still mail the ballots after 12 if you feel that, the Postal Service, will get it done. And there is absolutely zero intent to remove the ability of anybody to walk in for as long as the town clerk is open and vote in person. That, if clarifying language is needed, I'll be happy to, try to work with the OLS or leave it to the committee to provide that clarifying language, but there is zero intent, to create that type of situation. And I would oppose those types of laws as fiercely as I can. Seriously. Thank you.
Okay. Next up, Deputy Secretary Aaron Hennessy.
Good morning, everyone. Nice to see you all again. Erin Hennessy, Deputy Secretary of State. I just wanted to give some clarification on some of the points that were raised. Also, probably just repeat a lot of things that unfortunately repeat, but some of the things that other people have said. The first section, the 12 p.m. change, there would need to be a clarification made, an amendment made to this, because the way it is written, it would be all delivery of ballots. And our office is okay with the time of the mailing of 12 p.m. being changed, but we would oppose any legislation that restricts somebody from coming in until 5 p.m. to get a absentee ballot. And again, that would need to be clarified via an amendment. The intent is not clear, and it would change the 5 p.m. to 12 p.m. currently. The checklist, if you look on lines 20 and 21 and the posting of the checklist by the supervisors, there's a few things with this. On 21, it says not sooner than 12 p.m. So for those of you legislators that have been around for a while, the devil's always in the details and how you write something in shall or may, but not sooner than is much different than the current language of not later than. And not sooner than means that somebody could post it possibly after the election. So that would need to be clarified, but we're also opposed to the 12 p.m. time, and for a few different reasons. We are in favor of posting the checklist as soon as it is corrected by the supervisors of the checklist. So there's the current law is the fourth Tuesday, or sorry, I haven't had it memorized yet. Soon enough, hopefully I'll be like Dave Scanlon and have all this information just flowing out of my head. But and then they have, once it's corrected 6 to 13 days before the election, it's reposted. The form of the checklist that's posted does not have absentee voters bolded. One of the committee members and somebody else who testified said that this would be an issue for privacy rights for individuals. I know when I go on vacation, I never post online that I'm on vacation. It's for reasons where I don't want somebody to know that I'm not home, so that they could easily go and rob my house. But that would be the same concern for voters. Some of them who request an absentee ballot is because they're not going to be home at the time of the election, and this would just notify the entire public that that they're not home. So the current checklist that's posted does not have absentee voters bolded. And if you know, if you've ever requested a checklist from the supervisors of, the Secretary of State for absentee voters, only candidates and parties and political committees can request an absentee voter, a list of absentee voters who've requested it. So that information before an election is not public information about absentee voters. So we would be opposed to the bolding on the checklist prior to an election, just for security information. The next piece in section 3, and I believe many people spoke to this, was that someone may believe that they're going to be absent prior to the election, but on the day of the election, their work schedule changes or their vacation plans change, and they want to follow the letter of the law, and they want to come in and vote in person before their absentee ballot is processed. And the way the verbiage is currently written, this would not allow somebody to do that. So they would kind of have to break current law and not vote in person, even though they're not going to be absent. And just the optics of that is not great when you realize your neighbor voted via absentee ballot and you saw them in Shaw's. It's not a great look for somebody. So some people, when their plans change, do want to vote in person, and the way this is written currently wouldn't allow that. I think that's all I have.
Fair enough. Questions from the committee? Wow, okay. Thanks you. Not surprising. Are there anyone else who wishes to speak on House Bill 244? I don't know why I handed you that. I'm sorry. All right. Representative Akenberg, can you grab the blue sheet for me? I'm going to close. I actually need to read the blue sheet first before I close the hearing. Okay. We got to take off that one. Got to take off that one. Okay, so there were two people signed in that didn't speak. They were both signed in against it. With that, I will close the public hearing on HB 244, and I will immediately open the hearing on House Bill 316 relative to meetings of the supervisor of the checklist. Representative Leon, you are the prime sponsor of the bill. Thank you. Welcome to election law.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, members of the committee. House Bill 316 is probably the most extreme solution to a problem that I've identified. 2 years ago, we passed a bill that creates more categories of reasons and ways to notify the supervisors of the checklist of people who may have moved from town and therefore are subject to 30-day notices. It's come to my attention that in some communities, the supervisors of the checklist are only meeting at the required meetings immediately before the elections, and they're not meeting sooner in order to deal with potential 30-day notices. By requiring them to meet every 45 days, it would give an opportunity to clear out those notices. That would be the shortest possible time, because if you're going to mail a 30-day notice and then receive it, you couldn't do it any shorter than that. I definitely understand that if we're to require some frequency of meetings, those should be waived if there's no notifications to be made, and it should be maybe 60 or 90 days. But that's something that I would leave to the committee and their input. There's another potential solution too. We may want to put a limitation on how long supervisors of the checklist have to act upon a reason to notify an individual that they're to be removed, they are potentially to be removed from the checklist. We could say that, or you could choose to say that within 90 days, a 30-day notice would need to be sent, or it could be done by these meetings. I'm open to either approach, but I do want to make sure that this ongoing maintenance does happen in a timely manner, that people are removed appropriately, and that also we don't accidentally remove people just before the election because they missed their mail. I think that there should be more opportunities for this, and it should be dealt with on an ongoing basis. So that's the genesis of the bill, and I am open to questions and better solutions to this problem. So thank
Questions
you.
from the committee? Okay, well, Representative Lane.
Thank you. You mentioned not doing it not doing it before a certain time, and I guess before the election. And my question to you would, what would that recommendation be so that people don't show up at the poll and be told that, I'm sorry, you're no longer registered?
Thank you for the question. I believe that the checklist is essentially locked a certain time before the election. It's just, I believe, just before the filing deadline. And so statutorily, the supervisors need to meet a certain amount of time before that in order to process these requests. What I'm asking is for there to be a mechanism for supervisors to be required to meet more frequently if they do have notices to process, or to have a required meeting that could be waived if there were no outstanding requests.
Okay, thank you.
Further questions, Representative Weary.
So thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for your testimony. So with the timing of the various, local elections or city elections, and I'm just sort of wondering about how that all gets timed out so as not to preclude anybody from being removed from a list prior to an ongoing election cycle for towns in March and cities a few months later, and then primaries, and then those sorts of things. Obviously, ongoing maintenance needs to be made, but do you have any recommendations along those lines?
Thank you for the question. Right now, they do meet just before those election events, but those are the only times that they're required by law to meet. If you have a large stack of, say, 200 requests to send out, you may or may not have the time to deal with all of those in that time frame. I know in Derry, at the 10-year checklist maintenance, there have been so many that they handle those in processes. So those are the ones that happen every decade. And right after the census, you go through, and anybody who hasn't voted in 4 years receives one of these notices. Because the volume is so high, they need to meet more frequently in order to process it in a reasonable way. If you have a town where there are a lot of these potential notices, you may have several hundred. And if you're trying to deal with those while dealing with all of the other routine checklist maintenance at one meeting, that's a huge burden. And having a way to spread this out where the supervisors would need to meet more frequently if they did have pending requests would help smooth that curve and smooth their workload so that they could meet before that, handle these requests, and then deal with the very important maintenance that happens just before the primaries and the town elections in the general.
Further questions? Representative Muirhead?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. How often are supervisors required to meet now?
Thank you for the question. Right now, they're required to meet 1 or 2 times before each of the times that the checklist closes. I should have brought that specific language, but it's only immediately before elections, before the checklist is closed.
Follow up, Mr.
Follow up?
You're proposing that they meet twice a quarter, about 8 times a year. Is that correct?
That is what the language is. That is the most frequently that I think anybody could rationally expect them to meet for 30-day notices. I fully expect that if we go with periodic meetings, that it would be longer than 45 days. But I know it's always harder to shorten a time frame, so I thought it best to start with the shortest possible, and so the highest frequency, and then find where that reasonable time frame is.
Follow up.
Follow up?
Are you aware whether supervisors of the checklist are compensated?
Thank you. I believe they're better compensated than we are.
It's a bar so low you could trip over it. Okay. Further questions? Representative Hamlet.
Thank you for taking my question. I think this bill is better than I think this is a great bill. And because in Portsmouth, the supervisors of the checklist meet every month and they, clean up the checklist every month. So, and I was surprised to recently find out that in some towns they don't meet every month. So it seems like your 627A is better than just 627. Can we just amend the wording in 65427 instead of adding another section?
So my first question is the 627 the one that requires them to meet just before every election?
Yes.
Thank you. I think it should be in addition to that, because if you were to schedule the meetings and then be 44 days before the best time to update the checklist for the election, you could lose some options there too. Those meetings, my intention is that these meetings here would also satisfy that requirement, and that it wouldn't be in addition to, it wouldn't be on top of it. It would just simply add to it so that throughout the year, the supervisors were meeting. And I'd just like to say that it's fantastic that the supervisors in Portsmouth meet monthly. Thank you.
Further questions from the committee? Okay, seeing none. Thank you, Representative Leon. Only one pink card for this. Dan Healy. Mr. Healy, you are what is between us and lunch, so be wary.
I'll be quick. So Dan Healy, representing New Hampshire City and Town Clerks Association. So we do support this bill. Representative Leon spoke to it a little bit. We would just like the change to be to 60 days. And it's say like supervisors must meet at minimum within 6 days, because there's statutory meeting requirements already in place. So if you have a statutory requirement to meet, we want to be on the timer should start again after that meeting. So we're recommending 60 days or a set amount of days per year, say 6 or 10 or whatever it is, because of the statutory requirements already in place to meet on certain days. So you wouldn't want to say like every 45 days they need to meet, because they're meeting anyway. So our only recommendation would be the 60 days instead of 45, but we do support it.
Questions from the committee? Look at that. See, when you threaten lunch, no one wants to ask questions. All right, thank you. Representative Aikenberg, can you grab us the blue sheet, please? All right. Okay, there were three bills signed in, 2 against, 1 for. And with that, I will close the public hearing on House Bill 316. We will reconvene at 1 o'clock for HB 415. Enjoy a long lunch.
Okay, thank you. Oh, this is very loud here. I'll back up. Thank you, committee, for your time in listening to HB 415. I'm here to introduce this bill on behalf of the sponsor, Representative Panic. The Secretary of State commissioned the Committee for Voter Confidence and Testimony revealed that half of those who came forward had concerns about New Hampshire's elections. We need to take steps to improve this confidence level, and one very important way of doing this is by creating election transparency. We have many people in New Hampshire who are concerned about our voting machines. With the results of the Wyndham audit demonstrating issues that rendered incorrect results, many have become election skeptics, and they have no way to lessen their concerns as voters cannot see the ballots that make up their elections. Why is this? There are no federal laws that prohibit making ballots public information. Federal law leaves this up to the states to decide. So why does New Hampshire prevent access to ballots from 91A requests? Through research and records requests, it appears that legislation is to exclude ballots, and it came off after recount results in the Hampstead elections were overturned when a citizen requested to see the ballots in the late 80s. This was described in a public selectmen's hearing and testimony during the Wyndham audit. In 2003, a Superior Court judge ruled ballots were in fact part of 91A. So a request was made by then Deputy Secretary of State Scanlon and Bud Fitch, Assistant AG, to add an amendment to HB 627, a memo authored by the pair requesting the following. Add a new section to HB 627, exempting ballots used for elections from RSA 91A. This proposed amendment is prompted by a recent Superior Court order declaring that the ballots cast in an election are not exempt from the right to know law, and requiring a town to provide a person making a 91A request demand to have access to all the ballots preserved from a recent town meeting. The integrity of ballots and the finality of election results requires that there be limited and highly controlled access to the ballots used for elections. The existing recount and recount appeal provisions provide adequate access to ballots under circumstances. The logic behind the request is unfortunately flawed. Every citizen in New Hampshire has the right to election transparency, not just candidates who are the only eligible parties to request a recount, and for their race only. After this provision was made law, New Hampshire citizens lost their ability to validate election results, making it impossible to tie reported results to votes cast. Citizens have no ability to ensure the reported election results are in fact the will of the people without using ballots. This erodes voter confidence and worse, preventing access to ballots adds fuel to the fire that they're being withheld because of the agenda, not because that this is good policy. Concerns in the past have been raised that public ballot access violates voter privacy. However, all recounts make visible every ballot, and privacy has never been an issue. Other concerns about public ballot access centered on voters selling or being coerced to use their ballot and marketing it for future confirmation. However, technology would allow a simple photo to confirm a voter's ballot, so no markings would be needed. We recognize public access to ballots will need to be organized and balanced with the workloads of towns, but we owe it to our voters to make this happen. Public access is done in other states today and most certainly can be done here in New Hampshire. Vermont uses the identical voting machines and ballots as New Hampshire. They make their ballots available to the public. This is a great source of voter confidence for Vermont. Arizona just passed bipartisan legislation to make all ballot images available to the public by passing HB 2560. They recognize that their citizens deserve to have the confidence in the election results, and one of the most important ways to do this is to make the results audible through publicly available ballot images. So we are asking this committee to restore access to ballots as part of the public record for New Hampshire citizens, just like the bipartisan efforts just announced in Arizona. This bill for we the people, for everyone to be able to verify election results for themselves. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Will you take questions? Okay.
I'm just introducing it, so if
Okay.
there's anybody here that is also supporting it, I'll let them answer.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay, Representative Reed?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, honorable members of the Election Law Committee. For the record, my name is Ellen Reed. I represent Rockingham 10. That is Newmarket and Newfields. And I'm coming before you today. I am not a co-sponsor. I don't think I knew that this was getting filed, but I filed this bill in various forms. I believe 2018, the second year I was in office, again in 2019 in my second term. And in my third term, I asked a Republican to file it for me, thinking maybe someone across the aisle might have more luck than me. So for the record, historically, we always had ballots available as 91A public documents. As a matter of transparency, it is in our state constitution that elections shall be counted, and I'm sure you heard earlier, tabulated may be different than counted or may not be. But the idea, I think the spirit of that part of the Constitution is that everything has to be done in public. And certainly that is, the Constitution says that we have to do these things in public, in the open. The history, and I won't speak, I think the previous testimony spoke a little bit to the history of why it was removed from 91A, but the actual mechanism by which it was removed from 91A, I find suspect. It was put into a bill. It was a non-germane amendment in the Senate side in a bill, and that non-germane amendment that removed ballots as 91A documents did not have a hearing. So I find that problematic on its face, but here we are today without ballots being 91A. So as I said, I've prime sponsored this and assisted in this being prime sponsored 3 times prior, all of which were prior, or I think all of which, at least 2 of which were prior to the 2020 election. And I really feel strongly that if we had had this in place, we may have, at least as a state, experienced less divisiveness during the 2020 election, because my approach has always been, since way before it became a major topic of national discourse, that sunlight is the best disinfectant. That conspiracy theories cannot grow in complete and pure transparency. So while I may not believe that there's any, bad things afoot with how ballots are counted, it doesn't matter what I believe. What matters is what other people have information for. And if we are completely transparent about it, then we can't you just don't have an environment where conspiracy theories can take off. And as a prime sponsor of this in 2018 and 2019, I'm on record with that position long before any of those conversations got started. So for the record, my bills in prior had some slightly different language. I'd like to just tell you really briefly about it in case, for whatever reason, the committee sees fit to try to amend this particular one. My bill, and this is a little bit outside the realm of just this bill, but I allowed moderators to do public audits of machines, random audits of a particular race and particular machine. I allowed the townspeople to, by petition before the election, ask for a random audit of a machine just to verify that the machines are producing reliable results. And I also had in my previous iterations of this bill very specific language exempting ballots that had identifiable markings and ballots that, if, for example, absentee ballots look different. So if you had a district where maybe you only had 2 people vote absentee, those would be exempted because it would be too narrow of a field of people. You could potentially narrow it down to who had what ballot. So if the committee is interested in that language, I'm happy to provide it to you if you see fit that the intent of the bill is good, but you want to get into the weeds on language. The only argument that I ever heard against this that I can recall, and the many times that I had presented it, was that there was a bit of concern around the concept of buying a vote. So the idea that someone could say that I'll accept money in order to vote a certain way, then they vote a certain way. That's 91A. Now it's completely accessible to the public, and then I could go and check. I found this argument absolutely, to be frank, quite ridiculous. So first of all, you can take a picture of your ballot, as we know, and that would suffice as proof of your vote if you were to be a bad actor and sell your vote. But if you were a bad actor and tried to buy a vote, I would strongly warn against the idea of going and requesting a 91A record on those ballots to then basically admit that you have bought a vote. It would be an impractical way to verify that illegally bought vote, and a very transparent way of showing that you are probably not a great actor. But as I said in my previous bills, I did exempt personally identifying marked ballots from that bill. And with that, I'm happy to attempt to answer any questions.
Thank you. Do we have any questions? Representative Weary.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Representative Reed, for your testimony. Just curious if your previous bills addressed the concept of ballot images versus the counting of ballots.
No, I don't. So you mean like the actual counting of ballots versus the access to the image? So it's just the image. And again, my language also included guidelines around how that would be available. So for example, like we do with recounts, you can have like screens, and then there's a person in the other room showing you the ballot over a screen. And then you can say, okay, next ballot, or look at this part, or what have you. So it doesn't require the person being in person with the ballot or physically touching the ballot. And you can also, if once we had the technology, have the ballot images available.
Follow up, Mr. Chair? So you're not asking, this doesn't make a provision necessarily for a recount per se, but just access to ballot images so that people can go in and verify it.
Right.
Without the mechanisms of a recount.
Correct. Exactly. Precisely. So we don't have machines currently that automatically create ballot images, although I'm sure that whatever machine we end up with probably will have that ability. But this, like any other 91A request, this simply allows us to be transparent so that anyone could see, oh yeah, it really was 300 votes that voted for this candidate. For example. So it's just the ability to see the actual ballots, which I think is completely in keeping with the spirit of the Constitution that says that we have to do this in public.
Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for taking my question. In your previous bills and in this bill, is there a time frame by which someone would be able to make this request, or a time limit?
There's not, and to the extent that there is a time limit for the government to respond to a 91A request, I understand that is also a topic that's being legislated currently, but that it's a pretty squishy, but the government is expected to respond to 91A requests in a timely manner.
Follow up, please.
Follow up.
Thank you. So under 91A, someone can request records from quite a long time ago. So I'm trying to understand if this bill would allow someone to make a 91A request for ballots from an election 10 years ago, 15 years ago, 20 years ago.
So there's no limit on 91A. Having said that, 91A and the point of 91A is that the government provides the records that it has. To the extent we don't have those records, the government is not beholden to provide them. So I could make a 91A request for maybe the year of 1800 for what a particular town did in the year 1800. Certainly that town probably doesn't have those records anymore, and that's fine. And we do dispose of ballots after a certain period in this state.
Thank you.
Moving forward, though, it would be consistent. And then once we have the technology, we would have those images in perpetuity.
Thank you. So to get to images, at least when I read the bill, it doesn't talk about images. It talks about the actual ballots. Although in the heading, it talks about the analysis images of ballots. So is this to get the actual ballots or is this to get the images of the ballots?
I believe the inconsistency in wording here is because of the development of technology. So up until recently, having access to the ballots would be simply access to see the ballots, not to lay hold of them, obviously, but to see them. So the idea of the image. Now we have digital technology that can allow us to do that digitally, and that's the same as if you were to do a 91A for your town, whatever kind of meeting you had. They would provide you in today's world, they would provide you a digital record of those things that you're requesting, not the actual physical record.
Okay, so to clarify, I'm sorry, may I have a follow-up? To clarify, if a 91A is requested, providing the images of those ballots would be deemed sufficient?
That's how I understand all of 91A to work at this point. If
Okay.
for whatever reason this committee decided that that was not clear enough for your liking in this particular bill, I think it would be wise to amend it to make sure that we are kind of like a future proofing. So we're clear that images count as a delivery of 91A.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Representative Bay.
Thank you. Thank you for taking my question. So, again, with regard to the statement of to the extent that ballots or images are available, they should be made available. Is there a current law on for how long whoever's the responsible party is, for how long they are supposed to keep those images or
3 years.
So I believe this committee would know better than me. I believe the town keeps it, you say 3? Okay, I thought it was 2 for whatever reason, but so the town keeps it for the physical ballots for 3 years. We, as far as I know, and again, this committee would have more expertise in this field than I do, as far as I know, we don't have language in terms of keeping the image of the ballot because we don't currently automatically make images of ballots. So I would suggest that you all address that issue because again, it's a matter of future proofing. Certainly whatever next generation of machines are coming our way will likely have the ability to make those automatic images of the ballots. And that would be far more efficient and long-term than keeping a warehouse of physical ballots.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
No follow-up.
Any other questions? Representative Waring.
So just, I think there's a federal requirement for 21, 22 months, something like that, for a general election. So I think maybe there ought to be some provisions about, and as you said, you indicated that 91A applies to the records that are maintained, and maybe we need to make record-keeping provisions accordingly for ballot images. So the question is, do you think we should keep institute record-keeping requirements for ballot images?
I do. So that's what I was hoping to address in the previous question. But obviously, since our technology has developed, in the past, it was impractical to tell towns or the Secretary of State to keep all the ballots forever and ever, because eventually your warehouse is just too big. But now that we have digital images, it would be a very easy thing to do and easy to make available to the public. So I would suggest, again, if you would like to amend this, there are other things in terms of restricting certain ballots that are identifiable, but also the idea of addressing the difference between, yes, the town, and the 22-month figure may be why I had it in my head that it was 2 years, but addressing, yes, the towns have to keep it for 3 years physically, but the images, the digital images shall be kept in perpetuity or something like that. And it may be the purview of the Secretary of State to keep that database rather than the towns.
Representative Wood for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. I don't know if this is appropriate, but could you tell me why the bill didn't pass before?
So the Secretary of State, and this is the previous Secretary of State, but I believe the current Secretary of State was acting in his stead in that committee room that day, as I recall. And the argument was, what about buying votes? And that was the only argument that I remember. But we didn't seem to have a problem with buying votes beforehand. And certainly today, with cell phones, you could easily buy a vote and more secretly buy a vote just by having a picture of that vote. I'm certainly not advocating anyone buy or sell their votes, but allowing it to be 91A addresses a huge transparency issue that we have, and it doesn't increase any danger of the selling and buying of votes at all.
Follow up?
Follow up, please. So the buying of votes was what came out. 'Cause I couldn't follow your argument too well, and you said it was confusing. So
I'm sorry.
no,
I have I have a propensity to be confusing.
So can you just repeat that one more time?
Sure.
The buying of votes, since that was a critical piece, because I don't get it. Thank you.
So in my previous iterations of the bill, I made the arguments that I made before you today about transparency and doing things in the public, and this being the underlying point of democracy or underlying basis of democracy is that we all understand what's going on. And the Secretary of State, the Deputy Secretary of State, then argued against the bill, saying he is concerned that if we return it to 91A, this may assist people in the buying and selling of votes illegally. The argument is that if those images of those ballots or the ballots themselves are available to the public, then I, as a bad actor, having bought your vote, can go make a 91A request, check and see, and you may have marked your ballot in an identifiable way. For example, you told me ahead of time that you were going to write Donald Duck in for a write-in for a particular race. Then I find that particular ballot, I look, and then you voted for the candidate I want, and then I pay you. My argument is, A, if you're buying someone's vote, you probably shouldn't make a public record of the fact that you then went and checked to see and make sure that the vote you bought was correct. And then B, there's a much more simple way of doing that, which is simply the person whose vote you are buying takes a photograph of their ballot with their camera. So I do not think that making this public record increases the likelihood of anyone buying or selling votes. It may increase the likelihood of catching people who buy votes, but it does address a major transparency issue that we have.
Any other questions? Representative Bay.
This is with regard to your comment about keeping the images in perpetuity. I'm just curious, do you believe that the cloud is infinite?
No.
So every server exists somewhere, and to the extent servers exist somewhere, they are susceptible to being damaged, broken, what have you. So there are flaws, but that's why we have redundancy. So, if you ever have tried to remove a negative article or an image or a post or something from the internet, it's hard to get rid of it. It's hard to take something completely off of the internet because there's so many copies that get made of that information. So using that same premise, the cloud, while any one particular server is vulnerable, when you have multiple copies, you have so much redundancy that in effect, you can keep things in perpetuity.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Representative Reed.
Thank you.
The only other card I have is for Deputy Secretary Erin Herency. Just a minute. I have one for you, sir, for 460, but not for this one. Dan Healy. Yeah.
Good afternoon, members of the committee. Dan Healy, representing New Hampshire City and Town Clerks Association, and we oppose this bill. There's too many concerns that we have with this bill the way it's currently written. At the end of the night on an election, we have to seal the boxes with red security tape. We have to have a town clerk and moderator sign the seal along with selectmen, and we place that on the box. The current law, only a court order, you can then go back and open that box. So this doesn't address that. So we have some concerns with then retrieving the ballots and bringing them out for a 91A request. In the larger communities, I have probably 50, 60 ballot boxes from the general election. And a resident could come in. There's no timeline on this. A resident could come in, or any citizen could come in anytime and request to see all these ballots. There's no procedure for the viewing. There's no guidelines on how to do this. For as far as transparency goes too, in the communities that I've worked, we've asked people that have concerns about elections to work the elections. They can see the process, they can see the ballots. At recounts, you're seeing the ballots, you're seeing what was marked. So just overall, we just have a lot of concerns with this bill, and I'd be open to any questions.
Representative Waring.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Healy. For ballot images, you have the same objections that you have with the current ballot process. So I agree that there are, I think, huge difficulties with the language here, perhaps instituting a recount process inadvertently. But if there were ballot images, if the machines were capturing those images and then having those made available to the public, would the Clerks Association have any objections with that?
We didn't specifically discuss that. I know the high image scanners are rather expensive. I don't know if every community would be able to afford those. And then what's the process after the ballots are sealed to then run them through the scanner? So there's not much that's really laid out for the procedure. So even if we were to scan the images, how would we then do that? So then after the election, say a week or two later, would we then be allowed to open the boxes up and run them through the scanner? And then, what about the towns that may not be able to afford? I think it might be $5,000 for a fast scanner. I'm not quite sure on the cost on that, but I know they're rather expensive.
Representative Brennan.
Thank you, and thank you for taking my question. Speaking about the financial impact to municipalities, given that this bill does not outline a procedure and we're talking about digital scanning, would you say there is a heavy burden for municipalities and town employees if this were to be implemented?
I would say so. If this bill passes the way it is, and someone could come in and request to see all our ballots, I believe in Nashua for the general election we had, I want to say 33,000 ballots cast, and there's they're in a secure location to then bring those to City Hall and to have them. I don't know how you would do it, really, how I'd get 33,000 ballots there and be able to have someone view them.
Any other questions? Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
Okay, Representative Popovici Muller. How was I?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. You must have taken lessons from Representative Berry earlier, right? I do want to apologize, by the way, for forgetting to turn in my PIN card. You are correct. I submitted one for 460. I thought I submitted one for this, but I recall I only turned it once. So I want to be very quick, but since I inadvertently ended up at the tail end of this, I would rather, instead of telling you what I was going to tell you if I was allowed to speak first, address a couple of the things that maybe concern the committee. The only thing that I'll say that I was going to say first is that this is purely transparency bill. The intent is to just help people gain confidence in the way the government works by requiring the government to be transparent. And you all understand how critical elections are and trust in the elections are, and I don't need to, sell you on that point. Just a couple of things. First, we had this in the past. This is not an unforeseen situation. Ballots have been produced in response to 91A requests and nothing terrible happened. If anything, at least in one case, that process resulted in an error that would have changed the results being caught and found in time. But the intent of this bill is not to do that. I think that the healthy way to look at the election process is to understand that whatever results are certified by the Secretary of State are final, that it is a best effort. The intent of this is to not reopen that Pandora's box, is just to allow people after the fact to take a look at, how the sausage was made, for the lack of a better term. And yes, not every restaurant is happy with people looking in their kitchen, but good restaurants are. I know that there is concern that people, are worried about people taking too close of a look, but I would urge you to consider the importance of trust and the ability of people to check the work. And in regards to the procedure that is needed, Representative Reed was kind enough to remind me that her previous bill language had procedures. And frankly, it has been my experience that, if one tries to keep a bill simple like this one is, this one literally removes a paragraph and adds a line, people are going to say, oh my God, you don't have procedure. Well, I just had another bill which had a lot of procedure eviscerated because the procedure was present and I shouldn't tell the departments how to do their job. If the departments would like to have procedure, I'm sure the legislature is happy to provide it. And this, committee has all the knowledge they need. And again, they have previous bills where they can address that if that's what's holding this bill back. My philosophy on this bill is that I absolutely trust the people who are already handling 91A requests to handle requests for ballots in the same way they handle any other 91A request. We don't give people the original contract. We give them a copy of it. And by the way, in regards to cost, we have the ability to charge them a reasonable cost per copy because there is a cost in, the materials and everything. So, if you are a small town, you don't need to buy a high-speed scanner. You can share one with 15 other towns and use it when it's needed. And I'm sure there will be an enterprising soul that will buy a truck and buy a scanner and go around helping towns that don't have their own scanners. I believe that we have a duty to be open to our people. I think that this bill is very simple and very straightforward. And I believe that it is a bill that the committee should support. Actually, out of all the bills that I'm presenting, and God knows I'm coming here for 460 and I'm excluding that one from this statement, I think this is the one that honestly should be the most bipartisan. Everybody in this room, I would hope, understand the importance of the transparencies. This is not a Republican or a Democrat point of view. It's simply we are accountable to the people that we serve, and that includes showing them, the public records that are generated. I really appreciate your patience. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? With that, thank you. And
Thank you.
thank you. And now I'll call on Deputy Secretary Erin Hennessy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, everyone. Erin Hennessy, Deputy Secretary of State. We are opposed to this bill as written. A little information, just quickly. Sorry, I can't see all of you. So for federal elections, ballots have to be, election materials have to be kept for 22 months. And for local elections, it's 60 days. But that's if there's no pending litigation going on. So I know there was a lot of talk about what the timelines are. So as I said, we are opposed to this legislation. Currently, if you want to open election materials, and I say election materials because this just does not relate to the nice flat ballots. It relates to the wrinkled up outer envelopes, the affidavit envelopes, the absentee ballot applications, and all of the other materials, and the folded ballots, anything that if you've been to a recount that you've seen that we go through at a recount, that's all of the election materials that this relates to. So currently, as some of the other speakers noted, these boxes can only be opened at a recount by a court order, or if accidentally someone election night put their return of votes form, sealed it up into a box, which occasionally does happen, then there is a process where the state has to come and that box is open in front of the state. This legislation doesn't account for any of that. So our reading of it is that if someone locally requests for a state election material box to be opened and to access those materials, that we would have to go around to every locality and observe that opening of the materials. So if you were to pass that, just take that into consideration. One other thing to consider is that approximately half of our towns in New Hampshire do not have ballot counting devices. The wording, the language in this bill, so I'm not considering any proposed amendments that were spoken of, does not talk about scanned images. If the reading of it is that ballot election materials, so it's full access to all of the pieces of paper. So a lot of towns in New Hampshire, if the ballot law commission does approve a new counting device, which I anticipate they do, those new devices can scan and store those images. But half the towns in New Hampshire currently don't have a ballot counting device, and they probably won't have the new one either. So they won't have those images scanned. And again, the ballot counting devices that will be approved in the future are not going to be scanning envelopes, affidavits, and other election materials. So there's not going to be all of that information in the cloud someplace. The individual's right to a private ballot, we take that when you walk into a polling location and you go and you see you can walk into a ballot booth or use one of the screens. There's a reason why we have that, because in New Hampshire we want to protect your right to your private ballot. And in the cases where images are maybe scanned or just shared in general, if somebody has access to the papers, we feel that privacy may be violated, especially if there's somebody has a disability and uses the machine to help them vote. Those ballots look a little different if somebody's used a UOCAVA ballot. And in some instances, some people actually sign their name to their ballot. So those individuals would lose that right to a private ballot. There was a lot of talk about the why this 91A was removed initially, and that has to do with possible buying of ballots. We do still have that concern. There are very schemy people out there. You know, you read about abuses happening all the time, elder abuses, financial related, but there's very talented folks out there who could come up with some sort of scheme to buy ballots and buy your vote. Say, if I know, if I want you to vote for this person, you're going to have to put on the county commissioner line, Aaron Hennessy. And there'd be some sort of scheme where they'd be able to do that and then check and make sure you've done that. This used to happen, and that's why in the 1800s, the United States got away from that option and moved to secret ballots so that people weren't, or at least instances of that were reduced. So that's one of our concerns. Another concern is that there's no FN on this note. And I know, since I used to be on the Finance Committee in both the House and the Senate, that you're not supposed to look at the fiscal impact because you're a policy committee. But I just want to say that this bill did not come to our office for a fiscal note. And if it did, it would be a high dollar amount. And I can imagine that if it went to the Municipal Association, I don't think they've testified on this, that they would also have a very a big fiscal concern, whether it be to buying a scanner or a person's time. And the biggest thing is the time. So right now, ballots are not accessible because of 91A, but ballot boxes are. And people do come to our office and ask to see our logs, to measure the boxes, to count the boxes, to look at the seals. And that's a very time-consuming process. And we are in favor of that process because we want to make sure that we're very transparent and open about our elections and we follow the laws as they're written. But I do want to say that there would be a huge fiscal impact for people being able to come in and look at each of the ballot or affidavit envelope. In addition, we want to make sure that these are the official election materials, and if somebody has access to the physical election materials and can touch them, there could be things that happen to those materials. So I'm happy to take questions.
Any questions? Representative Rivera.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It was talked about in another person's testimony that this is done in Vermont. Are you aware of it being done in any other state? I ask because Vermont uses the same electronic ballot counting machines that we do, which at this point doesn't have that capability. So are they using additional equipment? What do you know?
I actually don't know what they do, but I'm happy to find out for you.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Representative Bay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. Would you also consider the storage of ballot images to have fiscal impact?
Yes, they will. They will have a fiscal impact. So thank you for the question. We would have to come up with a process to store them at the state level to scan them and store everything. And again, it's election materials. It's not just the ballots. And at the local level, there would be a fiscal impact to them as well, especially for local elections.
Follow up.
Follow up.
So you said that currently there's a requirement to store the ballots for 22 months or something like that. What would be your recommendation, if you would have one, for how long the ballot images would be stored?
My understanding is that the ballot images, if we were to move to a different ballot counting device, which again, I'm sure that we will be, that those would be stored for 22 months as well.
Thank you.
Representative Burnham.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for this question. I just first wanted to confirm the new devices can scan and take images of ballots. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And follow up, please.
Follow up.
Who's going to be paying for these new devices, the state or the town and cities?
Generally, the towns and cities elect locally to use a ballot counting device, and they pay for that themselves, along with the annual fees.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. And in the interest of time, I think we ended questions, and this closes the hearing on 4:15 after Representative Ankerberg gives me the blue sheet. And now you. Okay, on the blue sheet, we have 1, 2, 3, 4 no's and 1 yes. And with that, turning the chair gavel down on 4:15, and we're gonna open up 484 with Chair Barrett.
Okay. I'm going to open up the House election law public hearing on 484 relative to the handling of absentee ballot envelopes prior to election day. Representative Post, are you here? Yes, there you are. Representative Post was my seatmate last year. She had to sit next to me. Imagine how bad that was for her. Yep.
I thoroughly enjoyed it and still do, even though you're behind me. I thank the chair and the committee for allowing me to testify today. And I am the prime sponsor of this bill. This is a, excuse me, this is a constituent bill for my town. I am a deputy town clerk as well. So House Bill 484 is a simple bill. Oh, and I just wanted to say that I am Lisa Post from the town of Lyndeborough. I am a representative, and I represent Lyndeborough, Mount Vernon, and New Boston. So House Bill 484 was a constituent bill from my town clerk. And during COVID, we experienced that opening the ballots the day before, which we were allowed to do during COVID, gave us a quiet time to open the ballots and make sure that the ballots, the outer envelope, that the affidavit envelope was completely signed and everything was all right with it. And then we would highlight in our book the person's name, so that the next day during election, when the moderator, when we had a quiet time, if there was a quiet time, the moderator would call out that name, and we would put a line underneath. We would note the ballot after it was opened, whether it was a Democrat or Republican, and then it was put into the election box. We are a hand count town, and there's a lot of hand count towns in New Hampshire, so this bill would help people who are running the election to be able to hear the moderator, even when it's busy, because they already know what's coming. Things are in order. We know they're going to how they're going to call them in order, and we're just going to go to that checkbook and say, yes, now this ballot is going into the box. So it's a simple bill, but it helps, and it's transparent. It's open to the public, and it doesn't hurt anyone, and it actually helps folks who may have forgot to put in a signature on it or their address, so that as a clerk, we can call them and say, if it's the day before or 2 days before, it's usually the day before that we open it. So it's the day before. We can call that person and say, are you still here today? Are you willing to come and sign your ballot? Or whatever they forgot to put in. So I think this is simple and easy and effective for small towns. And I'd like to see this come out of committee with an ought to pass. Any questions?
Questions from the committee? Representative Hamlet.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. I like the idea of being able to open the outer envelopes before Election Day. And I think during COVID, I think in Portsmouth, we started the opening process on Friday or Saturday before the election. Of course, there were a lot more absentee ballots then, but would you be willing to change the date instead of the Monday prior to a few days earlier?
I would absolutely like that, because then it gives, if that person was leaving the day that we are opening them, obviously we won't have that ability to help them. So I would definitely do that. I think we picked that date because that's what we were given during COVID, that day before. And I don't know if it was a decision by our moderator or whether it came down from the state. So yes, we would be happy to do that.
Okay, thank you.
Further questions? I have a question. How does this not create two classes of voters? So you've got the voters who will receive your ballot curing protections the Monday before the election, and you'll have the voters who are having their absentee ballots that arrive on Election Day. They will not receive that protection. You said in there your intention is to allow people to ballot cure. That's what it's called. It's called ballot curing. How are you not creating two classes of voters at that point? And if you move it even farther forward, you're creating even more. You're loading up that second class.
I don't have an answer to that. If people send in their ballots and it gets there by that date, those people have the ability to, receive a call or be able to not change anything, but fill in information they left for a blank. I understand that your thought is there's another class of people that aren't now able to change their ballot because it is Election Day. But unfortunately, I mean, it's the same thing with people who are voting who don't fill out an absentee ballot in time to get to us that don't really get counted. So I think there is already another class of people that don't have that ability to have that same consideration.
Further questions? Representative Grill.
Yeah, I sort of have a question following up on Representative Barry's question, and thank you, Mr. Chair, and thanks for taking the question. I should have started with that. The absentee ballots, in terms of like the envelopes and the additional materials that come with them, Do in-person ballots cast require the same process as far as completing the affidavit and the envelope?
Yes, they do. So that envelope goes out with, I believe, 3 envelopes. There's an outer envelope, there's the affidavit envelope, and then there's the ballot envelope. And the ballot envelope isn't opened at all until the day of the election. And the problems that we have in our town is we have a very high ceiling. And when people are coming in, going through, it's really noisy. So having that ability to avoid mistakes in our checklists is really important, because at the end of the night, when, and especially during a presidential election, you have different ballot clerks that have messed up. They checked another name, it's a similar name and things like that. And we spend all night trying to figure out, you know, how to fix this and where the problem is. So I do think it's a win-win to do this.
Yep, follow.
So if a voter is asked to cure their ballot in advance of the election day, they wouldn't be allowed to alter any markings on the ballot itself, just the envelope and additional materials that come with the absentee ballot, correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
I'd like a follow-up to that. Why not? It's their
Why
ballot.
not?
Why not?
Well, it depends whether we've already opened the envelope, right? If it's ballot day and they come in and they decide, it's election day, excuse me, and they come in and we've already opened the ballots to put in the box, that's said and done. We can't change that. We can't take it out of the ballot box. If they come in early enough before we do it, then there is a possibility they can pull that ballot back. But it depends on the timing.
Couldn't they just come in before 8 a.m. and vote regularly? That's the law as it is today.
Well, we don't open till 8 a.m. So
Was it 8 or is it noon? I can't forget. I think it's 8 where I am. Any other questions? Representative Brennan.
Thank you, and thank you for taking my question. The text in this bill talks about the voter's name shall be announced and an opportunity for a challenge of the ballot shall be given. And then it also talks about identifying in a primary if they've pulled a Dem or a Republican ballot. Is there any concern about privacy and the, secret ballot?
So with the first section where the outer envelope is being opened, we're not announcing a name. We're looking to see if all the information on the affidavit, because the affidavit is on the outside of the envelope that they fill out, and we open the first envelope and there's the affidavit envelope. And inside the affidavit envelope is then their ballot. So we just look at the front. Is this a valid affidavit? Is it signed? Is it completed? And that is all we're looking for. And at that point, we highlight the names of that person on the ballot, on the checklist, excuse me.
Follow up?
Yep, of course.
So why would it say the voter's name shall be announced? And let me just clarify that part of your testimony was that this is about transparency and that
Yes.
the public would be able to view this. And now you're going to have people opening these envelopes, announcing voters' names, identifying that voter has voted absentee to the public. Is that something that is standard practice? And
That is standard practice for us. I don't know how other towns do it, but whether it be we are, in the middle of the election, we try to wait for a lull, and the moderator, and this is without this, the moderator announces the person's name so we can check it off on the list.
Representative Ware.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. So the first part is really just about verification of the affidavit?
Correct. That's all it is. And it during COVID, there was, and everybody talks about election integrity now. This helps election integrity because now these folks who would have, their ballots may not have been counted
were validated to be counted, then now they have the opportunity to do that. So that gives, a little more election integrity to our system, that, we're reaching out to these people before the election.
Further questions from the committee? Yes, Representative Prudhomme O'Brien.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Has the amount of absentee ballots remained consistent since COVID, or has it changed? Yeah.
Yes, it has changed. During COVID, a lot of people used it because they could use it for anything. So now we've gone back to just the normal. I mean, we're a small town, and we have great voter turnout, and people want to come out and see their neighbors and talk and have chili and gather. So at least for us as a community, we find more people want to be out, see their neighbors, especially if there's not a lot of snow on the ground.
Further questions? We'll find out about snow today. All right, well, that's that. I think only have one other card. Dan Healy. Oh, thank you. I assume there's nobody in the questions, so.
I thank you all.
Hi, Dan Healy, representing New Hampshire City and Town Clerks Association. I'll be real brief with this. Our association supports this bill. We would just like to see the date move from Monday to Friday to give us a couple days to actually process those ballots. So if it could be moved to Friday, we could start Friday. We could do it Saturday, Sunday, Monday. It would give clerks some time to get this accomplished. I'm open to any questions.
Representative Lane.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk, Mr. Chair. Jeez. And thank you, Mr. Healy. In the bill during COVID, when it was changed, it talked about you had to publicly announce when you were going to do this. So if we're going to change it to Friday, would you be okay with the provision that you have to announce when you're going to do it? Because it could be Friday, Saturday. I doubt you're going to do Sunday, or Monday. So
Yes.
that would be okay to do that? Okay. Thank you.
Representative Weary.
And just kind of following up on that, those would be like reasonable hours, normal kind of business hours.
Yes. In having it, start Friday so we could post that we're doing this Saturday during the day or something along those lines, where we would have the staff to do it and people could still come out and see it.
Okay, are there any other questions? I have one. Why not just count them there?
On election day?
No, you've already opened up the ballots. Why not just count them? If you're pre-processing them, it's going to be faster. Why not just count them?
I don't believe with current law we can until election day.
All right. Any other questions?
Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Louise Spencer. Welcome.
Hi, thank you for taking my last minute request to speak. I'm Louise Spencer. I'm from Concord. I'm with the Kent Street Coalition, which is an all volunteer grassroots advocacy organization. Today I'm speaking on my own behalf. I obviously had not planned to speak, but hearing the sponsor on this bill and having observed pre-processing in several different towns, I really do underscore and the value of having that ability to do that. My concern about this bill was that it was so late on Monday that it would not necessarily give a lot of time to to do the curing of the ballots, and also that clerks are very busy getting ready for the election the next day. So the Monday date seemed problematic, but to the extent that the date, as several have mentioned here, would be moved even to Friday, I would fully support this bill. I will say that having participated in observing this process and seeing clerks and other election officials reaching out to voters, they are so grateful. If they just forgot to sign the affidavit, they're so grateful for that opportunity to fix that. And this is both Republicans and Democrats. It's not this is a very bipartisan issue, a very easy mistake to make. I often am out observing elections on election day. I usually vote absentee ballot. I get nervous every single time I do it. Like, have I gotten it all right? It's, people worry about this and they want to do it right, but sometimes they don't. So this provides a great opportunity for every vote to be counted. So thank you very much.
Questions from the committee? All right, that was easy. With that, can you, Representative Eckenberg, can you grab me the blue sheet? Okay, thank you. Oh, this is, it's extensive. So out of those who did not speak, one person signed in and they were for it. With that, I will close the hearing on House Bill 44. Is it 2 o'clock? It is 2 o'clock. We'll open up the hearing on House Bill 495 relative to counting votes. Representative McGuire, it's good to see you again.
Yes, nice to see you. I have some extra handouts if anyone in the audience would like. All right, everyone have their sheet. Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. For the record, my name is Dan McGuire. I represent the town of Epsom. So this is a nonpartisan election law bill. It's simple and hopefully a little bit fun. It stems from an experience I had observing a recount. So if you've never done that before, I highly recommend that you go and watch a recount, because actually seeing actual ballots tells you something about the minds of voters and things like that. You would think that it would be just very dry, but it actually isn't. It's interesting. And 98% or something of all ballots are voted normally. There's nothing weird about them and so on. But every once in a while, there are strange marks on the ballots, and the people doing the counting have to use some judgment about what was the intention of the voter in that case, right? So, and when you're doing a recount, it's very important that every vote be judged correctly and consistently, because that's a very close election. I mean, by definition, you're in a recount because it's within a few votes of deciding who wins. So in this particular recount that I was watching years ago, if you look at the left-hand side of your page, there was a ballot that looked very much like that. All right, you see this? This is a ballot from some partisan voter, right? The voter is the member of the dog party, right? And but we were recounting the election for executive counselor in this case, right? So the question is there a vote on this ballot for H. Jones or not? Okay, and there's no right answer, right? Just think about it to yourself. If you were seeing this ballot and you were recounting the executive counselor, it's either they didn't vote for executive counselor or they voted for H. Jones, right? So the question is, which one is it? And so when I was watching, I had in my mind that they did not vote for H. Jones in this case. But when this ballot went to the Secretary of State to be counted, the Secretary of State said, yes, that's a vote for H. Jones, okay? And I thought, well, that's kind of weird, right? what's the logic? So in my mind, the logic is this person clearly knows how to vote, simply and correctly. Their pen didn't run out of ink or something like that. They started to vote for H. Jones, right? They circled the edge of the circle, but then they stopped. So they said, maybe not, right? And so therefore it's not a vote. But the Secretary of State ruled, well, there's a mark there, so therefore it is a vote, right? I don't think there's a right or wrong answer. It's just the point is, I think that two people doing this process of determining votes should do the same thing, right? In all cases, if as possible, two people looking at the same ballot should come to the same conclusion, all right? And therefore, because right now, all we do is we say to the Secretary of State or the moderator or the Assistant Secretary of State, use your judgment, right? Or the Ballot Law Commission, use your judgment. But I think we could decide on judgment for common cases like this one. So that's what this bill does. So this bill lists a bunch of cases that I've actually seen on ballots, and you could certainly, I'd be perfectly happy if you added other cases that you know of, or you changed, cases that I've put on. But it goes through and says, well, in this case, do this, and in this case, do that, and so on. And if this became law, then ballots would be in recounts. I mean, this only really affects recounts. It has nothing to do with machine voting, but it's in recounts. We would do something consistently from one recount to the next, which I think would be an advantage. So what does the bill list? Well, that's the right-hand column. So the bill basically says, if everything on the ballot is consistent except for one spot or possibly two spots, then the bill applies, right? So if somebody votes their whole ballot by doing slashes or check marks or plus signs or whatever they do, if they do it consistently over their whole ballot, that's fine. There's no question about that. It's only when one particular spot or possibly two spots is different than the rest of the ballot, then this bill, the actions of this bill applies. So what are things that could be different? Well, in this case, the person crossed off the name. They voted, but then they crossed off the name. So according to the bill, that would be not a vote. In the second one, the person would have had an overvote, but they did something weird on one of them. And so the one that's weird is not a vote, right? So therefore, this would not be this would be a vote for O. Jones, okay? In the third one, they put a little dot in the middle of their circle. So what you find when you look at ballots is sometimes people like touch their pen to all the spots and then decide to fill in, right? So just touching your pen in a little dot when that's inconsistent with the rest of the ballot, that would not be a vote. The fourth one is very common. People cross off votes and vote elsewhere. So a cross off, this is not a vote. This is commonly done today, common practice. The fifth one is the one we talked about. I would say that's not a vote. The sixth one, this one I saw once. It's a very weird one because they essentially decorated this particular vote, right? So I interpret this as they really like this one, right? This is a really good one. So that one would be a vote, and the seventh one is a write-in where they forgot to fill in the circle. So as long as that doesn't create an overvote, I would say go ahead with the write-in. All right, and that's what this bill does.
Okay, questions, and I'm sure if you know anything about election law, we get into this sort of stuff. There's a lot of questions. Representative Prudhomme O'Brien.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to go to the number 6 for S. Jones, the one I think it looks like a spider. But you say that you think it means they really like the person, but couldn't it also be interpreted as they really changed their mind because they might have filled in the oval and then started crossing it out?
Right, but thank you for the question.
It could go either way.
I understand. Absolutely right. You could decide to say no to that one, and that would be fine with me, right? I'm only interested in consistency. But in this particular case, and in the ballot I saw, they did not vote for anyone else, right? So it's a little different from number 4 because they made it into a sun or something, right? They made it into what to me looks like, extra like, but to you, it could be a cross out. That's fine. It's all judgment.
Representative Bohm.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Now, in our town, what I've told a lot of voters, if you make a mistake on the ballot, ask for another one. So why wouldn't people, rather than messing things up, just ask for another ballot?
Yes, thank you for the question, and I agree with you absolutely. And if you look at line 14 of the bill on the, I guess the first page, I actually add that to the instructions specifically. The current instructions don't say that, and so I say if you incorrectly mark your ballot, you may request a new ballot from the moderator. Right? So I think it's good to add the instructions. But obviously, these are for cases when they don't bother, right? So thank you.
Further questions? Representative Grill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thanks for taking my question. In terms of who would be responsible for making a judgment, I know at the end of election night, there's the hand count process. So so far we've discussed more when, during a recount when the Secretary of State is making a judgment, but would a moderator or town clerk also follow this bill in terms of making those calls?
The answer is yes. It's to be consistent across the whole state. Yes.
Thank you.
Further questions? Representative Howard.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for sharing your testimony today. I wanted to ask what are the shortcomings in the Ballot Law Commission's decisions on any of these markings on the ballot?
Well, thank you for the question. I don't know specifically about Ballot Law Commission decisions. I know about the one case I told you about, this one on the left, was the Secretary of State's decision. Now, I don't think that in that particular election, after the recount, I don't think it went to the Ballot Law Commission. I think there was enough votes one way or the other that it was dispositive. You know what I mean? So, I can't really answer, but like I said, specifically, the Secretary of State made a decision that I personally would have made the opposite decision. So that's the basis of it.
Yeah. Further questions? Representative Lane.
Thank you. I have done recounts, and I have and you're right, you see everything. So what if this isn't everything, and the bill doesn't seem to address that? So it would be up to the discretion of the election officer to make it in that instance.
Yes, thank you for the question. Yes, it would default back to, if it's not one of these things discussed, it would default back to the moderator or the Secretary of State or whatever. No, yes. But if you can think of others, I'd be happy for you to add them.
Just let me make all the decisions. That'd be fine. Further, you have a follow-up?
I was just a follow. It's not really a question, but every time you do that, you always leave one out. At least that's been my experience.
Yeah, I'm not claiming these are exhaustive.
Yes, it's the royal you. Further questions? Representative Muirhead.
Thank you. So first, if a voter puts a little dot in the middle of the oval every time they vote for a candidate, they'll vote for too many, then all those little dots get counted. If they just trace the outline of the oval, those things, okay. So because yes. 2B takes precedence over 2C as it does logically. Okay.
Yes.
Do you just happen to know how an election, how those optical readers see things like the little dot in the middle of the circle or the outline of the outside? Do they count those as votes?
Thank you for the question. I don't know for sure, but I would assume that on, let's say, my H. Jones case, the optical reader might read that as a blank, right? It might not have. I would assume they look for some amount of dark, right? And they have a threshold, right? Of if it's more than this and less than that, and maybe they look at all the spots and say, well, they're all light, therefore I move my threshold down, and I mean, if I were writing the software, that might be how I would do it, right? And if they're all very dark, I'll move my threshold up, right? So I can't answer the question specifically, but
Fair enough. You follow up?
I'm tempted to ask a follow-up. Would
You
that
should
be-
just do it. Just do it.
Do you know how
Why not?
Chat-
We have another 13 minutes till the next one. So I mean,
Do you know how ChatGPT would?
does it have a camera input or something?
it can. Okay. Any other questions for Representative McGuire? Okay. Well, thank you, Representative McGuire.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
We've got one other card, Dan Healy.
I no longer wish to speak.
Then we have no cards. I'll take the blue sheet, Representative Ekenberg. I don't remember. Thank you. Okay, of those signed up and had not spoken, wow. Sorry, did I miss you? Oh yes, we haven't closed it yet, so we haven't done the. So close. Don't worry. Unless you guys tie up the deputy secretary, we're still gonna have some time.
Sorry, Erin Hennessy, Deputy Secretary of State. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for my late remark. I just want to point out one thing in this legislation, and it goes to Representative Lane's question about what if an oval's not filled in according to the examples that are provided in the legislation. And on lines 25 and 26, it says, shall determine, and then blah, 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 as follows. So it doesn't account for anything other than what's one of the examples given here. So my concern is that if somebody's pen is running out of ink and in the last two ovals, there's just a little bit of a dot in each left, those would not be counted as a vote because they don't follow what's here. But when you look at the ballot as a whole, you can see the ink's running out, which I've seen before. But that doesn't fit into one of the descriptions here. And so those votes wouldn't be counted. So I just want to say this is not an exhaustive list, but the language of the bill says that it shall be counted according to only these examples here.
Okay. Questions, Representative Wood.
Yes, then it was said that if we looked at the first set of examples, H. Jones with just a circle outline was selected by the Attorney General as Secretary of State, sorry, as a valid vote. That's not one of the examples that I remember seeing, but can you help me with that?
Sorry, I'm only looking at the legislation. I don't have what you have in front of you.
Oh, I'm sorry. Can I hand it to her?
Yeah. Go for it. We got
It
35 minutes.
it
Go
was
for it.
testified that it was testified that.
Fold it up. Make origami. Do whatever you got to do.
Thank you. Thank you for the circle.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
So for H. Jones versus G. Jones, yes, I've seen that before. I've seen someone do this on a ballot before, and that's
And
how
it
they
would be
voted.
counted?
Oh.
If they were consistent with it, yes,
Okay.
that's how they'd be counted.
Representative, this doesn't even begin to touch what you will see on those ballots.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Weary.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. Just, would you rather see regulation or guidance from the Secretary of State for these type of examples? Does the Secretary of State's office have a preference?
Thank you for the good question. I would rather see guidance in the election procedure manual versus stipulation in law, just because, again, you're not going to have an exhaustive list.
Follow.
Yeah, so just like line 14 on the first page. So I think the idea of regulating the requesting of a new ballot is not a bad thing, but I take it with some of the other that the guidance would be perhaps preferable, and I'm sure the office, Secretary of State's office, would have an even more comprehensive list than the cat and dog party examples.
Yes, I'm sure if we got everyone around and started chatting, we would come up with a really, really long list of possibilities. Thank you.
Questions? All right. Ugh. Mic was off. Mic was on. Representative Lane.
Thank you. So would we need a statute then to ask that you provide guidance? Because I know, and I don't remember which other bill it was, but Secretary Scanlon seemed to think he needed some kind of authority to make those regulations. So would that be something you think you would need rather than itemize them out or not?
So thank you for the question. No, we already do provide guidance in our training sessions that we do. We go around the state and do trainings before every statewide election. And that's when I first started in this position, having no other election law experience. And so that's how I learned about all these different weird anomalies, was in the training and how to look at the intent of the voter as a whole.
Representative Muirhead.
Thank you. Does the guidance that that your office offers align with the guidance that's in this bill?
I would say in general, yes. I can't say specifically, I don't have it in front of me, but the intent of when you look at someone, how someone's voting is always to look at what the intent of the voter was. So if they, I mean, you'll see a lot of different stuff, but if they've crossed out a name and wrote definitely not ever, you know that.
Representative Muirhead is familiar with those on the ballots that he looks at in his district.
Yeah, so I can get the committee what's in the election procedure. Oh, you have the election procedure manual, but we go in beyond what the procedure manual has in our trainings. We go into things like this, in-person trainings.
Representative Brennan.
Thank you, and thank you for taking my question. If this bill were to be amended to keep the line 1415 where it says if you incorrectly mark your ballot, you may request a new ballot from the moderator, so that was part of the instructions on the ballot, and then simply added that that the Secretary of State's office must provide specific guidance on interpreting ballot marks as part of the training. Is that something that would sufficiently address this issue appropriately?
Thank you for the question. I can't speak to the sponsor's response to that, but I think that since we do that in our trainings, we would be happy with that requirement.
Fair enough. Further questions? Representative Weary.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. So just, I guess, you know, there can be a difference between guidance or guidelines and training. Training can go, and I'm thinking, I don't want to misinterpret what the sponsor wants, but it appears that they want some kind of more detailed thing. So is it possible to provide that more detailed guidance within the manual or the materials beyond just the training seminars, so that it's codified in some way, but not at the regulatory level?
Thank you for the question. So this, and again, I just got up to talk about the shall part, or the as follows. But
You made a mistake.
I think the difference between and I can't speak to the sponsor's intent, but the way this is written, it's election officials shall do this. In our office, we provide training, we provide forms and guidance. We put it in ElectionNet, we put it in the manual, we put it in online training, we put it in in-person training, but we can't require election officials to do something. So.
Further questions? Oh, follow-up?
So, so kind of teasing that out a little bit, then do we need to clarify the language to say that election officers will follow the guidance provided by the Secretary of State's office on this matter?
I think I have to get back to you with that one. I'm not sure that, yeah, I think that's more of a legal question.
Oh, Lord. Representative Prudhomme O'Brien.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I've seen ballots that are filled out during a recount when I was working a recount. And I remember voting myself. Correct me if I'm wrong, but aren't there instructions on the table that tell you how to fill out the oval when you're voting? They're right there. So the voter can see that. And would you agree with what I observed, and that is that New Hampshire voters are pretty good. I find these to be in the vast minority, stuff like this, and what you're talking about.
Thank you for the question. Without statistically looking at our ballots, I would definitely agree with you from the recounts that I've seen that this paper is not the norm of voters, and that there are instructions in the ballot booth. And I believe those instructions also say you can get, if you make a mistake, you can get a new ballot. Yes. Oh, sorry.
He's saying you can get up to 3 ballots. That's what
Yeah, you can.
Representative Ward's saying.
Yes.
Further questions for the definition of shall? Okay. Thank you, Deputy Secretary.
Thank you.
You know the answer to that. On the blue sheet, we have 3 people signed up, not testifying, all of which were opposed. And with that, I will close the hearing on HB 495. We will reconvene at 3 o'clock for our final bill of the day, which is HB 460. Thank you. Okay. All right. Hear ye, hear ye. I'm gonna open up the House Election Law Committee on House Bill 460. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, is the Representative Lynn. Before we start, it looks like we're gonna have quite a few pink cards. So we can get those down to me real fast. Muirhead, Russ. How dare you? Okay, so it looks like we have quite a few people signed up to speak on this. So with the ranking members' indulgence, I am going to put in a time limit for each speaker, not including the primary sponsor. Is you an objection to that?
It depends on how long the primary sponsor is given. I think both sides need to have equal time to be heard.
Okay. If that's the case, we'll put in a 5-minute limit for everyone. Does that work for you, Representative Lynn? Oh,
Yes, absolutely, it does.
and do we have a card for you, Representative Lynn?
No, you don't, and I'm filling it out right
Okay,
now.
That's
I
all right. I'll tell you what, you give it
my
to me
own
afterwards,
rule.
and you start it up. And I'll get my clock going here.
All right. Well, thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. Actually, this bill, I think, is relatively simple, and I think I can explain it fairly simply. My intent in drafting this bill was simply to say we want to preserve New Hampshire's same-day registration, to allow people to come in and register on the same day that they vote, even if they haven't done so earlier. We want to preserve the sort of pre-same-day registration, the same as it kind of exists now. But the one thing that we want to do away with is the sort of excuses, if you will, for not providing the required documentation to prove citizenship, domicile, age, and identity. And essentially what this bill does is it does away with all that. It says, you want to come in and register on election day? Great. Bring the documents. If you don't bring the documents, you don't vote. It's as simple as that. And obviously on an earlier day, if you register before election day, then you don't have to prove again on election day your citizenship or your domicile, or that kind of thing. All you need to prove is your identity on election day. And that's really, that's sort of the end of it. It basically says we have voter ID and we really mean it. You don't get to say, if you don't show up with your identification, well, I really am, trust me. You don't do that. You provide the documentation or you don't vote. I'll be happy to take questions.
Okay, well, that was easy. You're well within your limit. Questions from the committee? Representative Lane.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you,
Oh, and
Representative.
before you,
Lynn.
I'm not counting questions in anyone's time. So opening 5 minutes, opening salvo, however long the questions go, the questions go.
Got it. Okay, thank you. Can you point to any evidence that the existing law has been abused, or if there's widespread fraud in connection with this existing law?
That there's widespread fraud? No. Actually, the existing law with the affidavit ballot that we now have has not actually been used yet. But if you're asking, is there widespread existing fraud? The real answer is I don't know. And the problem is that the election laws, the way they exist now, make it pretty hard to prove fraud. I mean, we've seen a few cases of people voting, who have voted multiple times and have been charged with it. But as a practical matter, it's pretty hard to prove fraud. So the fact that we don't have a ton of cases, I'm not sure. I guess I would agree. It probably means that there's not widespread fraud. It doesn't mean that there may not be a fair amount of fraud that we just don't know about.
Follow up.
Thank you, Representative. Is there, I guess to focus on double voting, I'm talking about with the affidavits. Is there anyone that you're aware of that has been prosecuted, or has there been evidence that someone has voted when they weren't supposed to, when they signed an affidavit?
When they signed an affidavit, I'm frankly not sure about the people who were prosecuted, whether they had signed an affidavit or not, about as to their identity. But I do know that from what I've heard from both the Attorney General's office and Secretary of State is that they've had a fair amount of difficulty in following up. There have been a number of cases where they have not been able to follow up on people who filed affidavits, which I think is a worrying circumstance.
Representative Weary.
Could I just follow up on, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. Can I just follow up on that comment you made about the Attorney General and the Secretary of State not following up? Could you expand on that a little bit? Or, is that lack of resources? Is that lack of time to pursue whether or not these affidavits are valid?
No, I'm sorry. You know what? I guess maybe I misspoke a little bit. When I said not follow up, what I meant was it's my understanding that there have been a number of situations in which either the Secretary of State or the Attorney General has sent out the follow-up letters that are supposed to be sent, and they have not been returned, indicating that, confirming the person's address, as an example. Now there may also be other. I don't mean to say that the Attorney General and the Secretary of State have, in every case, sent out the letter. I just don't know the answer to that question.
Okay,
Follow-up?
thank you.
Oh, okay. Further questions from the committee? Representative Hamlet.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. So on page 9, under section 7, voting procedure, obtaining a ballot, amend RSA 659-13 2B. Does
You know what? Can you tell me again the section? Because I don't have the same
okay.
copy of the bill that you do.
All
I
right,
don't think.
it's RSA 659:13, Roman numeral 2B.
Okay.
Gordon McDonough.
Yeah. Sorry about that.
Tell him I say hello.
Yeah.
I will have to call him back. Turn this off. Sorry about that.
No.
Yes,
13.
I'm sorry.
Okay, so 13, 2B. So does this change remove an election official's ability to verify the identity of a voter?
No, it would not. No, in fact, I thought there should be language in there that says the election official specifically has the authority to do that. I believe. I mean that
Okay, and follow-up question?
Yes, I'm sorry. I was just
Okay,
discovering
thank you.
I was struggling to find that section because I was reading the wrong bill. So
Okay, okay, so I'm sorry, follow-up question. So I don't know, I guess I'm confused. So yes, you do say that the moderator or supervisor of the checklist or clerk has the authority to verify a voter. But then it says, as if no verification was made. So someone can challenge, the voter will be required to execute a challenged voter affidavit as if no verification was made. And then the rest of the section is crossed out.
you know what, Representative, I think I filed with the committee an amendment to the original bill, which I thought I sent to all members of the committee. The amendment number is 2023-0208H, and when I got the original bill back from OLS, it was like 90% right, but there were a couple of sections sort of towards the end that I'm not quite sure what happened, but there were some mistakes, and it was so close to the deadline that I just, I said I approve and I'll make the changes later, and then I did make them. And I thought I had sent that amendment to all members of this committee. If I didn't, I apologize, and I will certainly get it to you. But it made some of the language that you were reading about, affidavit ballot. That was some of the language that was left in by mistake and I took out. So I think now with the amendment, it does sort of straighten out that problem, I believe.
Okay, thank you. I haven't seen the amendment.
Okay, I apologize for that. As I say, I thought I sent it to all members of the committee a while ago, but
I believe our clerk has it, and she is going to distribute it to us shortly.
okay.
I have not seen the amendment. Further questions from the committee? Representative Lane.
Thank you, and thank you again. There's a lot of expansion in the bill about challenges and how those work. Can you give a rationale for those, particularly if they're happening on the same day as the election?
Sure. I mean, I guess what the bill doesn't change existing law all that much with regard to the way challenges are made, but it's simply, I mean, the main change that it says is if a challenge is made and the grounds for the challenge don't really change, what they are under existing law, but if a challenge is made, then the moderator or election official makes the decision on the challenge, and if a person, whoever's not happy with that decision, has an immediate opportunity to go to Superior Court to challenge it. That part, the immediately going to Superior Court, is new, because that was less necessary under the system where you had this affidavit ballot and a certain waiting period. So this provides for an immediate challenge to the Superior Court. That's I guess I would say that's probably the main difference.
Follow?
Thank you. So if you're voting at 6 o'clock at night and you are challenged, the Superior Court is closed and the election's going to close in an hour or two, is that really a remedy that's going to work?
Sure. I mean, I guess I agree with you that that could present a problem in that circumstance. What all of this, including the no excuse voter identification, I think one of the things that it says, and I think it's entirely proper to say this, is, we want voting to be open and accessible and all that, but it doesn't mean that, it's that you don't have to exercise some responsibility. So that maybe it means if you know that you don't have identification, or that there might be some reason for your being challenged, maybe you ought to get to the polls a little earlier. That's, and I suppose if you had a situation where somebody, it really was a circumstance where a challenge just kind of came out of the blue, and it was late, and the person couldn't get that challenge in Superior Court within the time, before the polls closed. I suppose if it was a valid challenge, the person could go to Superior Court and have a ruling that the person's vote would count. And, I suppose, again, in the unlikely circumstance that it made a difference, that maybe that would change the result of an election. I think that's unlikely, but it possibly could happen.
Further questions? Representative Brin.
Thank you, and thank you for taking my question. When a voter signs an affidavit, is it not true that they are signing in accordance with RSA 659:34? The penalty for knowingly and purposely providing false information when registering to vote or voting is a Class A misdemeanor, with obviously penalties associated for violating the law. Is that?
Oh, that's true. The perjury is one of the most difficult things to prove. And so, as a practical matter, perjury happens in the courts a lot, and it never gets prosecuted because it's very hard to prove. And so, it is the need to sign an affidavit under oath a deterrent? Yeah, I would agree. It's some deterrent. It's certainly better than not saying anything. But is it, is it a better alternative than requiring somebody to provide identification? Doesn't come close, in my view.
Follow up, please. Yep. And are you aware of any evidence to suggest that there is a major issue with our affidavit process?
Am I aware of any evidence that, as I said before, I don't know on the cases that have been prosecuted involving somebody who voted more than once, whether any of those had filed affidavits. And I also don't have an answer, but I think the very fact that we asked the question raises an issue in itself of all the verification letters that are sent out and have not been returned. Those, I don't know how many of them there are, but my understanding from the reading from the press is that there have been a fair number of those. And so again, that raises a question of where are those people? Who are those people?
Further questions from the committee? Yes, Representative Bay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. In your response to Representative Brannan, with regard to it being hard to prove perjury, are you implying that maybe one of the intents for this bill is because of the weakness of our justice system?
I'm sorry, the what?
The weakness? Because
the weakness
the
of
weakness.
justice system? I mean, I suppose in some sense it's hard to, I'm not quite sure how we make it less difficult to prove perjury. But to the extent that you say that's a weakness in the justice system, I guess I agree with it.
Thank you.
Okay, further questions from the committee? I have a few. First one is so I'm looking at how you've restructured the identification you have to prove to provide citizenship. So currently you have to provide citizenship. It's actually kind of hard. You have to basically produce effectively 2 government documents, if I think like that. Yours actually makes it easier to prove citizenship. You are taking, basically you're putting, at least my understanding of this bill is the citizenship would be underneath the same requirement as Section D on the second page, lines 23. So you take a photo driver's license issued by any federal or state government, United States passport, service identification, photo identification issued by state or local government, or any other evidence that reasonably establishes that it is more likely than not that the person is who he or she claims to be. So basically you're saying if they show up with anything that is reasonable, we're going to let them vote.
No, that's, what you're reading under the identities. That's how you prove identity.
Okay, so this is for when they're...
That's for identity.
So what is it for registration?
For citizenship, the supervisors, it's in subsection 1A on the first page. The supervisors of the checklist or the town or city clerk shall accept from the applicant any one of the following as proof of citizenship: the applicant's birth certificate, passport, naturalization papers if the applicant is a naturalized citizen, or any other reasonable documentation which indicates the applicant is a United States citizen. And so it seems to me that, to some extent, if the current law does not have that last clause about any other reasonable documentation, then I guess I would agree that this does open up the categories of how you prove citizenship. I'm just not sure what if the current law has the catch-all phrase that is in this bill.
I don't know if it does or not. That's a great question. I don't know off the top of my head. I thought it didn't, but I definitely reserve the right to be wrong about that. And one final question. So you were a judge. You deal with prosecutors. How do you find somebody who's committed a crime, perjury, Class A misdemeanor, when you don't have their name, their address, or any other piece of information from them other than a signature on a piece of paper?
Pretty hard.
Okay,
It's pretty hard to get that information to make a prosecution.
Thank you. Further questions? All right. Thank you. Thank you. It's always hard for me to call you Representative Justice Lynn.
But Bob is fine. Thank you very much.
Okay, we've got quite a few people signed up to speak. Let me kind of address how I ordered these. I did state representatives first, only one. That's pretty common practice. After that, I did names that I didn't recognize. So we'll call up not our frequent flyers. Welcome to election law. And then after that, anyone who is here on behalf of an organization is going towards the tail end because you're probably getting paid so you can hang out. So not everybody, to be fair, not everybody, but you are here versus our normal people. So the first one, Representative Popovich Mueller.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Using my cell phone to time myself, I want to stick to the 3 minutes I generally set as the maximum timeline. Hard as it may be to believe, my intent when co-sponsoring this bill is to have it as a non-partisan bill. I do recognize this is not how it's seen by a lot of the people in the room. I'm not that naive. But as far as I can tell, we all have an interest in making sure our elections are run the right way and that the right people who have the right to vote, vote, and the people who don't have the right to vote are not allowed to vote. I'm a naturalized citizen. Came from Eastern Europe, Romania, may as well ruin the whole Guess the Daniel's accent game for everybody. But I spent a long time working towards my citizenship, and I think we should make it easier for people to get naturalized, but that's a different story. What I want to tell you is what happened to me when I went to register as a voter in Waltham, Massachusetts, where I lived at the time. It's around 2008. I finally get my naturalization certificate. Literally the next day, I walk with it proudly to the city hall and say, I want to be registered as a voter. And I put the naturalization certificate on the desk. And the nice lady who worked the desk literally walked back and just hands up and said, you have to remove that from my counter. Like, what are you talking about? Well, it's your naturalization certificate. We are not allowed to look at those. What do you mean? Well, you just file an affidavit. The city specifically says you are not allowed to check, even if it's offered. You may not look at the documents. I swear to God, this is exactly what happened to me personally. This is not a story from somebody else. This is my personal experience. And I'm like, how do you know people don't lie on the affidavit? And they say, oh, it's a $10,000 fine. Nobody would risk that. So, of course, I asked them, so how many of those did you issue? You all know the answer is 0 already, right? This is both a true story and my answer to the ones of you that ask, well, can you prove there is a problem? There are sometimes situations in which systems are set up that it is impossible to measure the problem because there is no way to actually capture the data. How am I gonna find out who the people are and whether they broke the law if I cannot find them after they voted? If they are gone from whatever the address they said they were gonna live in, how do I locate them to establish who they were? And I don't know of any way to fix that other than maybe use all those, letters of confirmation that we sent and hopefully use it as a proxy for people that are suspicious. But I agree that that's not very good data. The intent of this legislation is not to disenfranchise anyone. And I say that as the co-sponsor of this legislation, and I swear to God that's true. This being said, is it possible to come up with a scenario in which somebody who should be a voter due to a certain set of circumstances may be unable to vote at some point? Of course we can. Hypotheticals are fun, and we can always argue over how likely they are. When we try to pass legislation, we have to look at it as on the balance. Does the good that it does outweigh the potential negative consequences that are not in the spirit of the law? It is my honest belief that this legislation, if passed, will have good consequences that will outweigh the bad. I also recognize that a lot of the people I spoke with, for half an hour at 9:30 this morning that were holding signs opposing this bill feel otherwise. And I recognize that's a difference. And I respect that. But where I'm coming from, based on all the data and my experience, I believe this to be a bill where the good outweighs the bad. I really appreciate you allowing me to cheat a little bit on the 3 minutes. It was not intentional. Thank you.
It's okay. You still have 40 seconds. So questions from the committee? Representative Wren.
Thank you, and thank you for taking my question. We're in the middle of a housing crisis here in New Hampshire. Do homeless folks have the right to vote?
I believe that as long as they are residents of the state and that they are citizens of the US, absolutely they have the right to vote, yes. They should meet the 4 criteria, but you know what the 4 criteria are.
Thank you. Follow up, please?
Yep.
And is it your interpretation of this bill that someone who is currently without a home and without perhaps a legal address, without a utility bill, would this bill make it harder or easier for them to vote?
I would expect that as long as the state is willing to provide them with the documentation that they are state residents, it should be a very simple manner for them to provide that they are eligible to vote. We already have statutes that regulate, how to handle people without a clear address. And I would expect those to apply. Also, I want to make it very clear, and actually, thank you for asking the question, because I did forget to mention a very important point. I would strenuously argue that any ID that may be required to comply with this registration should not have any fee associated with it. In this case, a driver's license, I would expect that, the state would have to provide that for free because, it's not okay to have any kind of financial obstacle in the way of voting.
Further questions from the committee? Representative Lane.
With regard to your last comment, and thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking the question. Right now, that is not the case. The state does not provide that, and homeless and low-income folks are most hurt by that. They often cannot get to the city clerk's office or the town hall that's only open certain times because they're working 2 or 3 jobs. So when I read this bill, and I know it's not your intent, but does it not seem that you are excluding some people who cannot get that kind of ID, who do not have a lot of the comforts that I have, and we're excluding them from voting? And is that worth it to exclude those folks in order to get this bill?
I really appreciate the question. And first, let me state for the record that absolutely it is not the intent of the bill to exclude anyone. If somebody has legitimate difficulties complying with the requirements, I would expect that between state support and, towns offering support and charities and everything, we should be able to make everybody, meet the requirements needed to register and vote. The expenditures are not really material in any way, shape, or form. We are just talking about, speaking for my town, which of course is one town in the state and the other towns are different. But in my town, the town will happily give you a ride. If you're a senior or if you're a person who needs a ride, there are programs where you can call and they will come and pick you up and drive you anywhere. You can go to the town hall and get a piece of paper from the clerk saying that you cannot pay for your driver's license and the DMV will take care of that for you. But again, I recognize that some people may have difficulty, accessing those types of services. This being said, I think the way to address that, which I would fully support, legislatively and personally, is to make sure those services are provided rather than avoid passing, this bill. I fully support making every effort to allow every person who is allowed to vote. I worked very hard for my right to vote. I would never take it from anybody who's entitled to it.
Further questions from the committee? Representative Hamer.
Thank you for taking my question.
Are you aware New Hampshire has Dick Tracy, who works in the AG's office and has a terrific record of finding voters who have used the affidavits for proof of voting, for proof of residency?
Very honestly, the only Dick Tracy that I know of is a fictional character, so the answer to the first part of the question is no. My concerns are that while Mr. Tracy or his colleagues may do an exceptional job, and I have no reason to question that, I think those questions a lot of the times do not get asked because it's very hard for the supervisors of the checklist, given the limited resources and time they have, to even identify, all the possible situations in which these things may happen. It has been my experience in general that when instances of potential voter fraud have been referred to the AG's office, the outcome of those referrals has been inconsistent as far as I would like to see it. I'm aware of times when they didn't pursue things when I think they should have pursued them, and I'm sure that they have pursued things that I don't know about where, they also did a great job. But again, it's a concern when there is a gaping hole in our voting laws. And by the way, I knocked on about 2,900 doors to get elected to this $100 a year job. And the vast majority of people I spoke about, and I brought up the voter ID laws, were not even aware that voter IDs are not mandatory already. Because every time they go to vote, they get asked for their ID, they provide it, and that's it. The vast majority of residents don't know about it, and at least from the over 1,000 people that actually opened the door and spoke with me, the vast majority of them were in disbelief that this is allowed. Mind you, I knocked on specific doors in town. Other doors may have gotten different answers, but I literally had 2 people who said, I cannot support you because you believe in voter ID.
Representative Brennan.
Thank you, and thank you for taking my question. Representative Lynn, who introduced the bill, was unaware of how many affidavits had not been cured by the AG's office. Are you aware of how many outstanding affidavits are flying in unknown territory?
No.
Follow up, please.
Yes.
So this bill would be attempting to solve a problem that we don't really know is an issue?
Of course we know it's an issue. We just don't know how big necessarily. I agree, and I conceded from the beginning that the way a system is set up, it is very hard to measure what the impact is because of just the nature of, people without an ID, disappearing into the night, and good luck finding them. The other thing that I would submit for your consideration is that we fix laws not only because they get grievously abused, but it also because there is the potential for future abuse or, increased abuse in the future. Do we wait until, it's terrible until we fixed what I believe to be an obvious problem? I don't think that's the right approach. But I do agree that, it is absolutely difficult to measure the scope of this. Yes.
Further questions? All right, seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
No other state representatives are signed up to speak, so we're going on to the citizen rate. First up is Curtis Register from Durham, New Hampshire. No.
Good afternoon.
Make sure you press the button right in front of you. There you go.
Good afternoon, honorable members of the Election Law Committee. I'm very honored to be here, and I'm very grateful to have the moment to speak with you. My name is Curtis Register. This is Lord Remington Register. He's the more important member of this discussion, but we are both residents of Durham, New Hampshire, and I stand in steadfast opposition to HB 460. Now, this is a bill that seeks to solve a problem that doesn't exist, especially in New Hampshire, and it adds obstacles to voters without means and persons of color. Investigative journalists from AP, Washington Post, and then reinforced by the ACLU went through a comprehensive investigation and reviewed 22 years of voting history in United States national elections and found 500 cases of voter fraud that were credible in 500 years, in 22 years. Even less than 500 were actually convicted with evidence. In contrast, voter ID laws across the nation, that has become a nice trend, have thrown out thousands of votes each election, with a fantastic grand total coming out of our favorite state of Texas of a whopping 18,000 votes in one election in March. In addition to voter ID laws coming from a legacy of voter suppression and racism, which can be found with research in the ACLU, Brennan Law of Election, and from many law professors from many universities to include Harvard, with many working deliberately to alienate and refute minority votes. There is a cost associated with voter ID laws, not just the cost that's incurred by the individual that has to go and get an ID and go through all the logistics of making sure their paperwork is in a row so the individual doesn't turn them away at the desk. There's a cost incurred by the state. I see on the HB 460 that we did a nice financial worksheet here that has fiscal years 23, 24, and 25 coming out at a boon for the budget of a couple $100,000. Texas, when they implemented theirs back in 2015, had to pay up to $2 million in education and in training for their election workers. And that's without giving them IDs to their voters. Indiana, in 2014, when they also put their voter ID law into effect, had to give $10 million in training, election day training and education, as well as funding licenses to the citizens that need to vote. And this is all online. ACLU is what I use to find the sources that link to the supporting documentation. But this is a lot of cost that's incurred for a citizen to be able to execute their right to vote. This does the opposite of increasing voter confidence. It adds a variable of uncertainty of if the form of identification is going to be accepted, if the voter registration went through or is up to date. I myself have experienced uncertainty, and I'm as, of means and capable of getting an ID as anybody else. And it was still fairly nerve-wracking to go and get registered to vote because you worry. You're concerned that your vote's not going to count. It opens the door for more extreme measures for voter suppression. Voter ID laws are a current trend, but they're not new. They've been around for a very long time. And voter ID laws happen to end up being a gateway drug to more extreme forms of voter suppression. And now we've seen some measures back in 1966. You have the Harper v. Virginia Board of Education incurring that the 14th Amendment invokes no poll tax, though this is not a direct poll tax. It ties up under an indirect poll tax.
Just as an awareness, you have about 30 seconds left, sir.
Roger that. There are ways to shore up our already secure elections. The New Hampshire Campaign for Voting Rights has put out information to push out there, as well as the Secretary of State of New Hampshire, who had their special session on voter confidence that listed a whole myriad of fantastic ideas to include updating, modernizing election equipment, respecting our election officials, paying them what they're worth, and helping support them when controversy arises, as well as post-election audits. We've heard the sponsors today. There is no data to support this bill from their own mouths. New Hampshire elections are safe. This bill solves nothing. Vote down HB 460. Thank you very much.
Will you be taking questions?
I will take whatever questions you want to throw at me.
Yes, Representative Howard.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for coming and sharing your testimony today. I was wondering if you could elaborate a little bit further on some of the laws that you kind of described, or not necessarily described, but alluded to in your previous statement.
So Texas implemented a voter ID law that was photo ID only in 2015. Indiana did something similar. Outside of the Google machine, I can't give you any more than that. Yeah.
Further questions from the committee? Representative Weary.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for your testimony. Do you have any documented cases of voter suppression from New Hampshire?
Negative.
Thank you.
Further questions? Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Next up is Linda Bundy.
Oh, I'm going that way. Okay. Yes, sir. That's you.
Welcome to election law.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and members of House Election Law Committee. My name is Linda Bundy, and I'm from Antrim. I oppose HB 460 relative to eliminating voter identification exceptions. New Hampshire elections are safe and secure, confirmed by bipartisan leaders, committees, and members of the public. This bill eliminates a legitimate process for voters who either don't have or have forgotten documents needed to register by repealing the RSAs governing the use of the challenged voter affidavit. An affidavit is a serious legal document. When voters sign affidavits, they are swearing and affirming the truth of their statements. The New Hampshire Office of the Attorney General checks all affidavits to verify voters' identities. Conviction of lying on an affidavit results in a fine of up to $5,000 and up to 1 year in jail. Removing exceptions for proving voter identification and voter affidavits as proof of identification makes this bill a form of voter suppression. The groups of voters most affected by this are the elderly, new Americans, and houseless individuals. Affidavits have been proven to be a safe and secure way for voters to exercise their right to cast a ballot. Election integrity relies on all qualified voters being able to participate in the process. Limiting access to the vote weakens our democracy. I ask that you vote inexpedient to legislate on HB 460. Thank you for this opportunity to speak.
Excellent. Will you be taking questions?
No, thanks.
No, thank you. All right. Next up is Elizabeth Correll. You turned it off, so hit it again. There you go.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. My name's Elizabeth Carell. I live here in Concord. And I sit before you because I serve as a supervisor of the checklist, so I can just share some of my observations and experiences in that capacity. Generally, I oppose this idea because I think there are many messages we've received over a long-term period of time now. I have been serving more than a dozen years from many quarters, but I'm thinking about the Secretary of State in particular. For probably the last 4 years, they have really impressed upon us as supervisors, do not send voters away when they don't have the right documentation. There was a time when we might say, well, do you have something in your car? Do you have your car registration? Why don't you go out and get it? Kind of thing. We are not supposed to be doing that. Much more recently, they've been saying, don't send them away. Have them do the paperwork. If you send them away, they may not come back. And the message there has been consistent. We want them to vote. We don't want to present obstacles. Now, I'm talking about all the varieties of affidavits. Very often, someone will come in and they think they have what they need. In cases they've voted before, they just haven't necessarily voted where they are, whether they're coming from out of state or from another part of the state. The other factor that I would raise to you, and perhaps to one or more of our sponsors, is we all value voting, but we don't all think about it the way you and I sitting around these tables do. A lot of people participate in the even year elections. We know voter turnout is huge for a presidential. It's pretty high for the state elections and pretty low for the municipal, especially if you're a city as opposed to a town. The average person isn't tuned into it the way you and I are. And they're going to vote, and they're not going to think about, well, what does it take to vote? They're thinking about who are they going to vote for? And they know what time they're going to vote often. You have the early comers who do it before work, but you have a lot of people, ask anybody who works at the polls, who come in after work. And after work varies depending on where they live. They may be coming in at 6:15 because they're coming from out of town. They work out of town. They're in a rush. You tell that person they don't have the right thing, and they don't have the option. Now, you might say, well, why don't they know what the problem is? They've voted so many times. Well, let me remind you, we've just been through a census. In my ward, so I'm in Ward 5 in Concord, we used to operate right behind City Hall. My ward location changed. How many people came in the door of our ward for that election and they came to the wrong place? So first of all, they're in the wrong place. Now they have to get over to the other site. And we have to make sure they know where that is. Because there's been a juggle. That's a result of the census and the result of the decision the city made about where the sites would be. That has nothing to do with their ability to vote. The census created another challenge. Some people got dropped. And try as any city hall might, mistakes are made. We had voters who have always voted in the same ward, and 2 elections in a row, their name's not on the list. Now try telling them they don't have the right documentation to vote. I mean, really, if you want to see anger, that's where you're going to see it, because they're the ones who have always voted and they've always shown up at what they understood to be the right place, and now they're being told, nah, you can't do it. I think the underlying message that I would share, though, is as supervisors, as moderator, clerk, the whole spectrum, we're there to serve. And we've been told we're here to help enable people to vote. Don't create obstacles. Try to help them achieve this. And with that, I think setting in rules like this do just the opposite. So I would suggest you oppose this legislation.
Okay, will you
Thank
be
you.
taking questions?
Yes.
Are there any questions from the committee? Oh, yes, Representative Brennan.
Thank you, and thank you for taking my question. Is voting a right or a privilege?
Well, in my opinion, it's a right that you can exercise as a citizen of the country.
Follow up, please.
Yes.
Does this bill make it easier or more difficult to exercise the right to vote?
It's putting some obstacles in the way of some people who should be able to vote, in my view.
Thank you.
Further questions from the committee? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Next up is Salas Caston? Sales. So the committee knows I'm going to have to depart here because unfortunately I have to go to something that actually will pay me more than $100 a year. Normally, Representative Bohm would take over in my stead, but he is not here. So Representative Prudhomme O'Brien, when she returns, will be in charge of the clock. and you may go.
Good afternoon, members of the committee. I'm Sales Caston. I live in Dover. I'm here representing New Hampshire Youth Movement, and I'm here to testify in opposition of HB 460. The most accessible part of our voting system is that voters can register at the polls with few barriers through a safe, secure, and efficient affidavit process when necessary. We should not put that process in jeopardy by passing HB 460. Personally, I've volunteered my time to help community members and my peers vote since my first election when I was 18 years old. Currently, I'm affiliated with New Hampshire Youth Movement. While New Hampshire Youth Movement does endorse candidates, the majority of our work on college campuses is nonpartisan. We provide information on how and when to vote and direct voters to free rides to the polls, regardless of the candidates they vote for or the issues that are important to them. I personally have spent my time in 3 elections giving rides to the polls to voters who didn't have cars. I didn't ask who they were voting for when I gave them a ride, nor would I deny any voter a ride if I knew they were voting for a candidate I did not support. I do this because I believe that every eligible voter ought to be able to vote in an easy and safe process, and that no one should be denied that opportunity for something like not having a car or a bike. I know from my time working with first-time voters that there's already a lot of confusion about voting. Many possible voters do not know when, where, and importantly for today, what materials they need to register to vote. To people like us who are deeply engaged in politics, it's easy to forget that most people don't think about things like voter registration till election day or a few days before, and newer voters are not familiar with the registration or absentee process unless someone has taken the time to walk them through it. Specifically, the barriers related to registration disproportionately affect voters who move a lot, renters, students, New Hampshire citizens, and people who move for work, like travel nurses and those in the military, because they constantly have to re-register at the new address. HB 460 would place a burden on these people by eliminating a time-tested affidavit system that gives law-abiding voters a way to prove their identity if they don't have other documents available when registering. We should oppose laws that make it harder for eligible voters to navigate the registration and voting processes. I am proud to say that in New Hampshire, we currently have strong safeguards at every stage of the voting process to guarantee safe and accurate elections. However, we do not have a system that is easily navigable by a sizable chunk of eligible voters. I believe, and experts agree, that we can have accessibility and safety, but HB 460 would not make our elections safer and instead would make them less accessible. We already have a secure and reasonably accessible voter registration process. We should not put that process in jeopardy with this bill. Please oppose HB 460. Thank you.
Are there any questions? With that, thank you.
Thank you.
Hi. Hi, Mr. Chairman. Committee, thank you for taking my testimony today. My name is Louise Spencer. I am co-founder of the Kent Street Coalition, which is an all-volunteer grassroots organization. I'm not paid to be here today. And I just want to start off by saying I think I have a very different sense of voters than some have expressed, which is I've done a lot of work at the polls. I've done a lot of canvassing. Most people really want to vote and really want to participate. The people that show up are there because they think it's their duty as a citizen, and they do that in good faith. So I'm very opposed to a bill that would put obstacles in the way of voters who are otherwise qualified to vote. I do want to make clear today that I am speaking on behalf of the Kent Street Coalition. This is a very big priority for our organization to oppose this bill. I know it's hard for some of us to imagine just how difficult it might be for people to have some of the documents that are required by this bill. That includes the housing insecure or those with no housing, those who have lost important documents through fire, flood, or other natural disasters, new Americans, especially young adult voters whose parents might have the documents, and victims of domestic violence. It also presents challenges for seniors and for those with disabilities. I want to tell a story about a man I recently met in Concord who was houseless, who did not have a home. He was holding a sign that said, "Need work, no ID." He had lost access to his important documents, including his driver's license, when he broke up with his girlfriend. They had been living together, and she refused to return any of his documents or other possessions. In addition, he was estranged from his parents and was not sure if they had a copy of his birth certificate, because we talked about voting. He wasn't even sure what town or state he was born in. So he wasn't sure where to go to apply to get a duplicate certificate. He had gone to the DMV several times to get a replacement license, but without these other documents, he was unable to do so. I was aware that the Concord Coalition to End Homelessness provided help to people like this man, and so he took me up on the offer to drive him over there, and was thrilled that there might be someone who could finally help him navigate this process. We spoke to a representative at the coalition, and they said it is often a several months long process. A friend's parents recently lost their home in the Colorado fires. Fortunately, they had all their documents together, but some of their friends and others they knew escaped with barely their lives. They did not have any of their documents. They then entered into a horrible catch-22 situation where they were unable to get the documents they needed to proceed forward with their lives. Some places let a parent swear to, where you were born. You can they can do an affidavit for you, but a lot of these folks were in their 80s. Their parents were no longer living. I also checked with an immigration attorney for those people that might have lost or not had access to their naturalization certificates, to get a replacement with the N565 is $555 plus some additional fees, bringing the cost to about $700, and it's a 10 to 12 month processing time. And not everyone has a passport. In fact, it appears currently, it's hard to get the specific data, that about half of Americans have valid passports. Some may have expired passports, but it leaves a good number of people who don't have that option of proving citizenship. Since 2006, the Heritage Foundation has cited 20 cases of voter fraud in New Hampshire that have been successfully verified. And that's out of millions of votes cast over multiple elections. I want to ask the question, we've heard that it's hard to verify, what the voter fraud might be. It's much harder to verify the voter disenfranchisement. Who are the people that are not going to be able to, that get turned away? We might be able to count some of those people. But what about the people who say, oh, I don't have a birth certificate, I'm not going to go, or who feel overwhelmed? I've talked to plenty of those people at the door who really feel like registering to vote is a very complex and difficult process. How many people who are legitimately qualified, constitutionally qualified in our state to vote are not going to be able to vote? That's what's going to sway our elections, not the occasional person who perhaps one of these 20, there's never been an indication that it actually swayed an election. Secretary of State Bill Gardner spoke to that issue. I also want to point out that an affidavit is a document. It's a piece of paper that you sign, and it's a legal document signed under penalty of law. And finally, I want to point out that I have seen those people as an election observer. I'm at the polls almost every election. every election in all the towns I've been at, not through malfeasance, or I'm not accusing anybody of trying to purposely drop people from the rolls, but people get dropped for whatever reason. And those people are not showing up with their documentation thinking they're going to have to re-register. And as one person testified to, these are sometimes people who they haven't moved, they've voted in every other election, and yet mysteriously they're not on the rolls. Let me point out that I know you read from the blue sheets, but as of 1:47, 1 o'clock, at 1:47 today, is what I'm meaning to say, the general court registered 11 people in support of this bill and 619 opposed, with 0 neutral. I think that's because people understand that New Hampshire doesn't need this bill. We have a voting system that works. We have checks and balances built into our system. We want our citizenry to participate. That's the foundation of a democracy, and it's the most fundamental right in our democracy. So I urge you, please, to ITL this bill. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions?
Thank
Representative Brennan.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Thank you, and thank you for taking my question. I just want to go back to the part of your testimony where you spoke about measuring disenfranchisement.
Yes.
Is it your testimony that this bill would have a chilling effect on voter participation?
Yes, I believe it would. And I think that there are, if you look back at some of the testimony, for example, in SB3 and the court case that ensued with that case, we did have people testifying about different restrictions that get put in place that can discourage voters from voting. So I think that having talked with many, many people, many voters over 25 years at the doors, I know that people worry about the process of voting and they don't want to commit a crime. That's the last thing in the world that people want to do when it comes to voting. So they want to do what they need to do, and they want to do it correctly. And most of the time they try to bring the documents that they need. But sometimes life intervenes and it makes it impossible. And I would be very sad if there were voters in our community, and I don't care if they're Democrats, I don't care if they're Republicans or independents. I want those who are qualified to vote in my community to be able to come in and share in that process so that we can get a sense of what our electorate wants. So I have no interest in limiting anybody who's qualified to vote from being able to vote.
Thank you.
Any other questions? With that, thank you.
Thank you.
I now call Liz Tantarelli.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and the committee, for this opportunity to speak. I'm Liz Tantarelli. I'm president of the League of Women Voters of New Hampshire. We are a nonpartisan organization, and our primary mission is empowering voters. That has been our mission for 103 years. We try to explain the voting process and the registration process in the simplest terms possible, and that becomes harder and harder the more laws we pass. We often get calls or emails asking for advice from would-be voters, especially after a bill like this is in the news. People ask about registering to vote after they've just moved and they don't have a tax bill or a utility bill or an updated driver's license. Parents ask how their eager 18-year-olds can register if they don't drive and they have no other proof of where they live except the parent's word. And a town clerk once told me of a young man who showed up with a birthday card in its envelope addressed to him from his grandma and said it was the best he could find to prove where he lives. She accepted it. But, you know, for people like us with stable homes, passports, driver's licenses, this bill is not an issue. But the League of Women Voters opposes this bill on the grounds that it makes voter registration harder for New Hampshire residents, that it gets rid of affidavits to prove qualifications, affidavits which have been used successfully for at least a decade, and it puts the voter last in the interests of the law. It raises conspiracy theories of widespread illegal voting, which have never been supported by evidence, above the goal of a representative government in which all eligible voters have a voice. I want to address 3 points of bad policy about the use of affidavits in this bill. On page 2, lines 15 and 20, section I, it talks about reasonable documentation about domicile. And what I highlighted in my testimony for you says that a written statement from a person who is listed as the owner of the property where someone lives is appropriate documentation signed by that person under penalty of voter fraud. There's an example where we're going to take someone else's word, a signed document, as verification, but we won't take the signed document, the affidavit, of the person registering to vote himself. Now, I'm glad this option exists to get proof from a property owner or property manager. My 20-something grandson is moving this weekend, in fact, for a new job in a new city, new state. And, you know, he's moving in with several guys. He doesn't have anything to prove he lives there yet. He'll eventually have something, but he's not got a utility bill. I don't know how he's going to do it. At least he's got some time before the next election. Low-income people who couch surf have nothing to prove where they live. And elderly people, like my neighbor's mother, move in with their grown children, and they never get utility bills or a lease in their own names. So at least they had the option of getting someone to vouch for them. Why can they not sign an affidavit on their own? Why will we not believe them? Now, on page 2, lines 34 and 35, we talk about challenges to voters, you know, that the presumptions may be defeated by evidence establishing it's more likely than not that the applicant is not qualified. I've never seen so many negatives in one sentence. But anyway, it goes on eventually on page 8 on lines 1 through 23 to talk about the affidavit signed by a challenger. So you're going to take an affidavit from someone who wants to challenge a voter as being unqualified, but you won't take an affidavit by the would-be voter. Whose interests are here? The voter who has the right to register and vote, or other people? Decide. You've got to figure this out. And finally, Representative Lynn alluded to the part at the end where if on election day somebody is challenged and the moderator isn't sure what to do about this and says, well, I don't think you should vote, that person then has the right to go to Superior Court that day to find a judge willing to hear the case, to somehow round up that paperwork, and then scoot back to the polls and be given a ballot. Really? Thank you.
Any questions? With that, thank you.
Thank you.
I now call Mackenzie St. Germain. She said 3 minutes. Let's see.
Good afternoon, members of the committee. My name is Mackenzie St. Germain. I'm the campaign director for the New Hampshire Campaign for Voting Rights, which is a project of America Votes New Hampshire. I'm here today in opposition to HB 460. Our New Hampshire elections are safe, secure, and accurate. Voters have really high levels of confidence in our elections. After the 2022 election, 91% of those polled in a UNH poll so that they were confident that our election results were accurately counted. And Granite Staters have good reason to be confident in our elections. We have an accessible and secure same-day registration process where voters do prove their identity, age, citizenship, and domicile when registering. Right now, they do so by either providing documents proving those things or by signing a legal document under oath called an affidavit. These are legal documents. They have serious penalties. And it's important to note also that they are reviewed by the Secretary of State's office and, if needed, the Attorney General. So those documents don't just go away after they're used, they are looked into. This bill would remove that affidavit system, which is the only system that exists for Granite Staters who do not have or forget any of the required documents to be able to exercise their right to vote. And it really isn't difficult to find voters who have registered using affidavits. You know, I'm one of probably many in this room. I registered to vote as an 18-year-old. In high school, I had a free period and I went down to the cafeteria to register and vote in our town elections. I had my ID with me as an 18-year-old who had a driver's license, but I did not have anything to show my citizenship. I didn't have a passport and I was not carrying around my birth certificate, which I think my parents had in a firebox under lock and key. So I signed an affidavit to show that I was a US citizen. There's other countless stories like mine, and I know they've been talked about quite a bit today. So instead, I wanted to take a moment to discuss how unnecessary this legislation is, especially in the light of the Special Committee on Voter Confidence that the Secretary of State put together last year, and the New Hampshire Campaign for Voting Rights really closely followed. They had over 37 hours of meetings and public testimony, and it was, you know, a bipartisan group, and they had both folks come in from across the state and a presentation by the Attorney General's office. So I wanted to just look back through the report today and wanted to share some of their findings, which were created through bipartisan consensus, and I think paint a really good picture about why this bill is not necessary. So they include that most New Hampshire voters have confidence in our elections. New Hampshire elections are accurate, and testimony from the Attorney General's office and others supports this finding. There's no evidence of widespread election fraud in New Hampshire. Same-day registration facilitates the ease of voting. Ongoing efforts are needed to serve all voters. State and local election officials should make continuous efforts so all voters feel respected and included in the voting process, including people with disabilities, foreign language speaking voters, and members of marginalized communities. In their conclusion, they said there are only rare and isolated incidents of fraud. Checks and balances are in place to deter and prevent such occurrences, and processes exist to investigate and correct errors when they occur. These findings are really clear that New Hampshire elections are accurate, they are free of widespread fraud, and this bill is really an answer in search of a problem that does not exist. New Hampshire voters have really high confidence in our elections, and there are already important checks and processes to ensure that our elections continue to be accessible and accurate. The only thing that HB 460 will do is disenfranchise voters, not improve our elections. Thank you, and I am happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Do we have any questions? Catherine?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My question is, when you registered to vote, did you register to vote in New Hampshire? And if so, was there follow-up on that citizenship?
So I did register to vote in New Hampshire. I know from being involved that the Secretary of State's office, looks into that process. There was not personal follow-up for me on my citizenship. I used my New Hampshire driver's license was all I had with me.
Thank you. Any other questions? Thank you. I now call, and I don't want to butcher the last name, Henry from the ACLU. People need to learn how to print.
Yeah, I've been getting that since kindergarten. Good afternoon. My name is Henry Clementowicz. I'm a lawyer with the American Civil Liberties Union of New Hampshire. I've been involved in probably the last 5 or 6 pieces of election law litigation in New Hampshire. And other people have talked about this bill, so I really just want to make 3 quick points, if I may. First, I wanted to let the committee know how many people would be affected by this bill. According to a right to know request response from the Secretary of State in 2022 at the general election, so that's a midterm election, 739 voters used the qualified voter affidavit to prove citizenship. 219 voters used the qualified voter affidavit to prove identity, and 1,643 voters used the domicile affidavit. So that's about 2,500 people in a midterm election who would potentially be not able to vote if this bill had been law at the time, because they would not have been allowed to register not having those documents. We've also been talking about this bill largely as a voter ID bill, and I think it's worth pointing out that one of the more pernicious aspects of this bill is the way that it treats citizenship, which is, in my opinion, the qualification for voting that's most difficult to prove. The statute, and I know Representative Barry isn't here, but I did get an answer to his question, both under current law and under this proposed bill. Reasonable proof of citizenship is allowed. The problem is that other than a birth certificate and a passport and naturalization paper, there really aren't other documents that people have to prove citizenship. You don't need to be a United States citizen to get a driver's license in New Hampshire or in most states, so that's not proof. You really need either a birth certificate or a passport. It costs $110 to get a new passport book, and routine service takes 10 to 12 weeks. The time and cost to acquire a birth certificate depends on where you're born. In New Hampshire, a birth certificate costs $15, but if you are an American who was born abroad, and thus a natural-born American, it requires $50 and a notarized request to the State Department. I can only assume that process is pretty time-intensive too. And those are the only ways that you can prove citizenship. That's probably why in 2020, the 10th Circuit, in a case called Fish versus Schwab, struck down a similar Kansas law as unconstitutional, finding that the state's requirement for what they call documentary proof of citizenship, the state's interests were insufficiently weighty to justify the limitations on the right to vote imposed by that requirement. And in 2020, the Supreme Court declined cert. So that's the last case I was able to find. It's 2 years old, saying that this type of citizenship proof requirement is unconstitutional. Finally, I just want to hit on the challenges again. I differ from Representative Lynn in terms of what this bill would do to challenges. I think the biggest change is that under current law, if a voter is challenged and the challenge is well grounded, they're allowed to vote if they execute the challenged voter affidavit. That's actually why the challenged voter affidavit was created. Under this statute, however, if it were to become law, under a well-founded challenge, the voter would not be allowed to vote. So basically what happens is you have moderators and supervisors of the checklist using what's called the preponderance of the evidence standard, which is one of the lowest standards we have in the law, to determine whether a person can vote or not, with, I think, many lacking due process protection. So there's no guaranteed opportunity for the voter to introduce witnesses or evidence, no advance notice, no right to an attorney, no provision for a neutral fact finder in the event that the supervisor of the checklist or moderator is conflicted, and no meaningful right of judicial review. Representative Lynn is right that this does introduce an appeal to Superior Court, but the very shortest period of time I've ever seen a court take is in a matter of hours. As noted before, the courts close about 3 hours before the polls close in most states. And the current cost to file an appeal in Superior Court is $280, which is a lot of money for someone to have to pay if they're just to vote if a challenge against them was deemed well-founded. So I'm happy to take questions if there are any, but I think that there's a number of reasons why this is bad policy.
Representative Moorhead.
Thank you. Your numbers on number of voters, your statistics on the numbers of voters who use the qualified voter affidavit, did that include people using those affidavits who were same-day registrants?
That's a great question. And that was, it was anyone who executed one of those affidavits in 2022. I assume, but don't know that it was mostly same-day registrants, because that's when most registrations happen. I should say you can also use the qualified voter affidavit to prove age, which is the easiest, I think, qualification approved, but the Secretary of State does not keep track of how many people do that.
Follow up, please. And this bill does not address same-day voter registration. Is that correct?
My understanding is that this bill would have the same effects on people regardless of when and where they registered to vote.
Follow up.
Follow up, last one.
Okay, is this bill addresses, RSA 654-12? My understanding is that it addresses those who are registering to vote mostly 30 days before an election, not those who are voting on the day of election. Is that your understanding?
Well, I think it's a little bit complicated because some of the language that was put in this bill was drawn from the SB3 case, which is currently in the statutes, but is subject to an injunction by the courts. And so I think it was kind of reincorporating dead law, if that makes sense. I'm not sure whether the intent was to only apply outside the 30 days, but currently New Hampshire doesn't draw that distinction because of the New Hampshire Democratic Party versus Secretary of State case.
Thank you.
Representative Howard?
So, thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. So, you had mentioned that there could be somebody, an individual, who could go to a superior court and file a reversal of the of their ballot. So, how many courts are there in the state that could hear this case?
Well, I think it's the Superior Court, and there are 11 Superior Courts in the state.
Any further questions? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
I now call Matt Musian. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Smooshian, you did great. Thank you. Good afternoon, members of the committee. My name is Matt Mushian. I live in Claremont, where I serve as a city councilor. And today I'm here representing 603 Forward, a nonpartisan, nonprofit organization dedicated to educating, activating, and empowering young people in our state. I'm here today to testify in opposition of House Bill 460, which would eliminate the ability to register to vote by a signed affidavit. As you've heard today, this is a bill in search of a problem. We've seen numerous studies, reports, and investigations that have all confirmed that New Hampshire elections are safe and secure, and that our existing affidavit system works. 603 Forward opposes this legislation because it will disproportionately negatively impact the right to vote for young voters, which is why I urge the committee to vote inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 460. When I was 18 and in college at New England College, I wanted to register and vote in the election just like anybody else, but all I had with me was my state-issued driver's license, which would not count as proof of citizenship. But luckily, I was able to sign an affidavit to prove that I was a citizen, and I was able to cast my ballot. Under this new proposed legislation, I would have not been able to sign the affidavit, and I would have been turned away without voting. The problem is that this legislation doesn't just attack the right to vote for young voters and student voters, but also new Americans, people experiencing homelessness, and the elderly. I've worked at my local polling location before, and I've seen how common it can be for someone to forget or just simply not have a proper proof they need. But I've also seen how hard our election officials work to keep our elections safe and secure. You've heard them today, and there are legitimate concerns about House Bill 460 and its impact on Granite Staters exercising their constitutional right to vote, and this committee should listen and take heed of them. Furthermore, this body should be prioritizing policies like implementing an online voter registration, becoming a member state of the Electronic Registration Information Center, and really dedicate its focus to making more secure while efficient elections for people to participate in what is the bedrock of our democracy, our free and fair elections. So I ask you, please vote inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 460. And I can't take questions because I have to run back for a city council meeting.
Thank you.
So, thank you.
I now call Lucas Meyer.
Good afternoon, Chairman, members of the committee. I'll keep this brief. My name is Lucas Meyer. I live in Manchester, New Hampshire. I'm here representing myself, but I am also the co-founder and board chair of 603 Forward. I just hope it is not lost on the committee that today there is a special election in Rochester where SB 418 for the first time is being implemented no shorter than a week and change after that guidance was sent to local election officials. I think when we look at the intent of this bill about improving voter confidence, and we look at the good work that the Secretary of State's Committee on Voter Confidence did over the summer, and the emphasis that was placed on supporting our local election officials and ceasing this game of moving the goalposts on them year after year, I think is really striking when you consider the sponsor of this bill was also the sponsor of SB 418, and he is now looking to change what is already implemented in SB 418 just a year later, and today, the day that law is first being put into place. So I think that is important context as we have this conversation. Secondly, we look to the intent of this bill and the purpose of this bill, which, assuming best intentions, which I will indulge for the moment, is to improve voter confidence in New Hampshire elections. The supposition is that there is, perhaps not recorded, but voter fraud or voter impropriety happening in New Hampshire, and that we need more data to find it. We just had the ACLU testify to the raw numbers of folks who'd be disenfranchised by this, but we don't have data about what some of the sponsors theorize for what there is for improper voting in New Hampshire. And I would urge this committee that if that is the sincere purpose and intent to find in the state cases of possible voter fraud, that this committee make a movement for New Hampshire to join the Electronic Registration Information Center, and let's apply some real data to this debate. If you look at where a majority of out-of-state IDs are used to register in the state, usually same day, and you look at the member states of ERIC, the Electronic Registration Information Center, there is a striking overlap between those states. Meaning, after an election, New Hampshire, along with 32 other states, including Washington, D.C., would be able to receive a report for anyone who had moved out of state to New Hampshire or within New Hampshire's border, or who had died or changed address, and we would have that information sent to us. So we would no longer have to wonder, who is this person who showed up same day? Maybe they voted in Massachusetts too. We would have the data to show everybody in this state if that was true or not. Now, I am a particular proponent of this as a voting rights advocate because I would like to put some data down on paper. Let's have an honest debate about what is happening in this state, and let's look at what's happening. Now, we can do this. We actually don't have to pass a bill to join ERIC. The Secretary of State could do that himself today. I do not often agree with the governor of Florida on issues of voting rights. But I do agree with him that joining ERIC is a smart thing for a state to do, which is why Republican states and Democratic states have joined it. So before we yet again seek to confuse and complicate the same-day voter registration process, because last year it was 418, this year it is this bill, next year it will be a different bill just to get rid of it entirely. Before we have that debate, let's join ERIC. Let's add some confidence to our elections. Let's stop moving the goalposts on our local election officials. Let's have an honest conversation about this. Thank you.
Any questions? Good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Last card, Mr. David Trumbull.
Try to do without my glasses. Good afternoon. Thank you. My name is David Trumbull. I'm from Ware, New Hampshire. I was a candidate for state rep this past term. I did not win, but I'm still very interested in the issues going forward. I'm opposed to this bill for 3 reasons. First, voting is a fundamental right, and it's not just any old fundamental right. It's the fundamental right that upholds every other single right that we have. This is from a case that was mentioned earlier today, Harper versus the Virginia State Board of Elections, U.S. Supreme Court, 1966, Justice Douglas. He said that the court referred to voting as a fundamental political right. especially since the right to exercise the franchise in a free and unimpaired manner is preservative of other basic civil and political rights. Any alleged infringement of the right of citizens to vote must be carefully and meticulously scrutinized. So if you want to pass this bill today, you have to have it be definitely proven that there's a need for this bill. And the testimony has been that there is no need for this bill. The second reason I oppose this bill is that New Hampshire is the most difficult state to vote in the United States. There is a survey that is done every year and updated. It's called The Cost of Voting in the American States, and it's reported in the Election Law Journal. In September of 2022, they wrote this: Mississippi in 49th place and New Hampshire 50th stay at the bottom of the rankings as the most difficult states for voting. Their failure to moving up the rankings is largely due to these states failing to keep pace with reforms like online voter registration, no excuse absentee voting, and automatic voter registration, which have taken place in other states. We're not keeping pace. The reason this bill was presented and other bills like it is to create the mindset that we have a voting problem in the state. We don't have a problem in the state. But when bills like this come up, it makes people afraid. So they're not willing to do the things that they've done in the other 49 states, which is things like online voter registration and no excuse absentee ballots. It's time for us to join the 21st century in New Hampshire and make it easier for our citizens to vote. And lastly, third, is that this bill would disenfranchise thousands of New Hampshire voters. Now, the attorney from the ACLU gave you some statistics from the off-year election in 2022. Go back to an article in New Hampshire Business Review in November 7th of 2021. It's quoting from Bill Gardner, former Secretary of State. He said, "I don't have one example to give you where a person won an election in this state who should not have won it." He discussed protections in the New Hampshire law allowing people to register to vote on the day of an election. Those who don't have the proper documents to prove residency and other qualifications can sign an affidavit, and the state follows up with a verification process through the mail. About 4,000 voters had to sign such an affidavit in the state's primary and general elections in 2020. Of those, the state has not been able to authenticate the voter qualifications for about 600 people, although they were continuing to work upon it. That's out of 800,000 votes. So Bill Gardner said, never an election in the state has voter fraud changed an election. 4,000 people would be disenfranchised by this bill. The testimony from Louise Spencer was that the Heritage Foundation has looked at almost 20 years of elections and has found 20 cases of voter fraud in New Hampshire. That's one per election. So are you willing, and we don't really know the extent of that, but one per election, are you willing to disenfranchise 4,000 residents of our state because there may be one case of voter fraud? That really doesn't seem like a very good trade-off, because voting is how people choose all of you who come here and debate about policies regarding education and healthcare and gun control and abortion and every other bill. If people can't vote, they can't pick their legislators. It's fundamentally important. 4,000 people will be disenfranchised if you vote for this bill. Instead, let's make it easier to vote, because we want everybody to participate in our government. Thank you very much.
Any questions? Good, thank you. Okay, we have 4 people that signed the sheet and 1 for and 3 against. With that, I'm going to close the hearing on 416, and that concludes what's on the day.
What were you going to add?
I know.